Project introduction for how to create your own cryptocurrency proof of work from the United Kingdom. I've got about a year's worth of experience building applications within cryptocurrency. I've also created a few coins for various different companies, and I'd like to just sort of share with you how to do it. I've mainly worked in C++ in this, but I've also created some wallets and light nodes in things like Swift and JavaScript as well. So in this project, what we're going to do is we're going to build our own cryptocurrencies, and it is going to be in C++. It's going to be a fun project. It's going to be very interesting if you're interested within the cryptocurrency space. You're going to sort of learn how it works and learn various things such as Genesis blocks, how mining works, and things like that. So this is a really good course to try and get an understanding of cryptocurrencies and the technical aspects involved. So what are we going to do? Let me just get the project page up and running. All right, share my screen here. Okay, and I'll zoom in a little bit bigger. All right, perfect. So this is the project overview. So we're going to be basically what I discussed earlier, building our own cryptocurrency. This cryptocurrency is going to be focused on proof of work. So if you don't know what proof of work is, we'll try and explain that a little bit in the course, but there's various other types of proof, such as proof of stake, proof of work, and delegated proof of stake as well. But in this tutorial, we're mainly going to be focusing on proof of work. So in this, we're going to be looking at things such as the Genesis block, how to create a pre-mine, and looking at the different wallets that we have as well. So the requirements for this, they're not specific ones. As long as you sort of know how to program, that's fine. But we're going to be doing a lot of stuff in C++, so this will help you have an understanding if you don't have one already. I'll be working in Linux and Mac OS, so it's good if you have one of those two platforms. I know within Windows you can use their Ubuntu built-in, so that will work as well. And you'll learn about GCC or Clang, or CLang, sorry, depending on what platform you're on. Yeah, so let's go into the curriculum. So number one, in session one, we're going to be doing more of a theory. So we're going to be talking about the different coins out there, having a look at some of the best ones that we got. And I won't try to spoil what they are, but there's 3 I've got in mind that we'll have a look at and see what the different differences between the 2 code bases are. Then we'll choose one between them and we'll fork it. And that would just fork it basically on GitHub. Then we'll download it and build it, make sure that everything works. So that'll be session 1. Session 2, we're going to start looking at the chain parameters and the Genesis block. So I'll go into detail about what these 2 are, but the chain parameters is basically the parameters that make our chain unique. So we'll be looking at them. You know, trying to basically, there's a few things in there, but basically stuff like magic numbers, various other things. It's kind of hard to explain, but we'll explain more in the actual detail. There's a bunch of things we need to change to make our own coin. And we'll have a look at things such as like block spacing and go into details about what those are and address prefixes as well. And then we'll talk more about what a Genesis block is. Now, Genesis block may seem kind of scary for people that don't know what it is, but it's very simple. And we'll go about creating our own one, which is very important for creating our own blockchain. And then in session 3, we'll start testing the network. So we'll run the network locally. We'll be using Vagrant for this. So if you have any idea what Vagrant is or want to learn about Vagrant, this is a good session to look into. So we'll run up a Vagrant machine and we'll run up just with our local machine as well. And we'll get the 2 talking to each other. So we can start with the basically communicating with the network. And then within that, we can start mining some initial blocks. And we'll have a look at then changing the reward structure and how we would restart the chain. Say if we're developing this actively, we need to reset the chain every time we do some sort of hard breaking change. Then in session 4, we're going to have a look at the reward structure. So we'll add in a pre-mine. We've already changed the reward structure and restarted the chain, but this one we'll just add in a pre-mine, so that's kind of a little bit more different. And we'll change the hashing algorithm as well. So if you don't know the hashing algorithm, say in Bitcoin is SHA-256. And we'll basically change that to something else so that we get different hashing algorithms, which will again require us to restart the chain. So it's good practice for, when you want to build your own chain, that you know how to reset it and restart it. And then at number 5, or session number 5 even, we'll launch the network. So we'll fire up a VPS, probably with DigitalOcean or something similar. We'll add in our network seeds to the actual code. So these are hard-coded values, which allow us to, anybody who uses or downloads the cryptocurrency can upload the seeds themselves. We'll launch the network and build the final wallets, and then basically anybody will be able to download them and participate in the network. If a lot of people are interested, we can do some sort of airdrop and share out any pre-mine that goes on. So yeah, that's basically going to be the entire curriculum. I'm going to be streaming this quite quickly and quite often, so it's going to be Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all at 5 p.m. New York time, which is a little bit later for me here, but that's probably the best time for me to do it. So I'll try and, make sure we get this done in a week. It's going to be quite an intensive course, but it's going to give you a good understanding of how cryptocurrencies work. So I highly recommend. It's going to be very, very fun. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you all there. We'll get started tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Hi, everybody. So welcome to a re-recording of how to create your own cryptocurrency session 2. So for some reason the upload got corrupted, so I'm basically going to redo it. So bear with me, this may seem a little bit fragmented, but I'll try and cover most of the bases. So in this session we talked about, basically discussed finding a coin. So we discussed some of the various coins out there, looked at the top 3 candidates for proof of work, chose between them, forked a coin, downloaded and built on macOS and Linux. You kind of seen it running on Vagrant anyway, so I won't go too much into detail about that. I'll try and cover these topics quite quickly, so we'll get the video sort of back into sequential ordering. So before we start, let's just talk about the different types of coins out there. So in this tutorial series, we've worked on a proof of work coin. Now, proof of work is basically what mining is. Proof of work is the protocol in place that secures the chain. So it's what the mining does to make sure that the chain is secured. Proof of work uses miners to basically compute hashes of various difficulties in order to try and find a hash below a certain threshold that fits the protocol requirements of a block. So what hashing does in theory means that if you ever want to compromise that coin, you have to do the same amount of work, hence proof of work, in order to compromise it, which makes it very much impossible to do so. You think of all the computers that have been mining Bitcoin over the year, you would have to replicate that again in order just to beat that. Now, because technology does advance, theoretically that could be done as long as there are not still miners hashing the coin. But because it's constant work going through, those hashes are just layering on top of each other. So the other types of coins out there are proof of stake, and there's also hybrid coins that use masternodes. I'm not going to go into too much of them now. Proof of stake, basically, instead of using hash power to secure the network, you basically stake a number of your own coins. So it's a way of sort of getting dividends on your coins, but your coins, from a technical point of view, you send them off, and if you try to mess around with the network, you lose those coins. So it's basically trying to de-incentivize that from happening. Okay, so that's kind of what proof of work is. Now I do have some coins here. This is what we looked at. Let me get this down onto webcam. And that is very bright, so let me just put it onto, I may just pop it onto my display because it's kind of a weird time of day, so my face looks very green. That's fine, I guess. Okay, so the coins we looked at is Bitcoin. Everybody knows what Bitcoin is. This is the one we end up using, just as a foresight. And the reasons why we use it is because it's got the most amount of contributors, it's kept up to date all the time, and it is one of the most up-to-date coins. Now, the release I would use is v0.16.1. That's kind of what we aim to do. We were just a little bit before that. But this would be the coin that you would fork. So the benefits of Bitcoin is Bitcoin has the most amount of contributors. It is the most up-to-date and current coin. The other one, nearly every other coin has derived from it, besides a few others. And it's the most standard cryptocurrency. It's a good base if you want to build some things on top of it. It's got excellent documentation and it's very well supported. Looking at some of the other coins, you've got Litecoin. Litecoin was forked from Bitcoin. It's also a very good coin to get started with as well. The benefits of getting started with Litecoin is you have a lot of the name changes changed already, which makes things a little bit easier because you can therefore change those names yourself. Whereas beforehand, if you want to change everything, you've got to change everything from Bitcoin, and that does sometimes mess up a few things in your project. So Litecoin is a great source to also fork from if you want something a little bit more simpler. I usually prefer forking from Bitcoin because it's the most purest of the code bases, and you get a lot for your money and you can build on top of it very easily. Now the last coin I want to talk about is Ethereum, in particular the C++ Ethereum client, because this of course is done in C++. Sorry, I just need a quick drink. I've been talking very quickly. Okay, so this is the Ethereum C++ client. Ethereum is a proof of work coin similar to Bitcoin and Litecoin. And just as a heads up, Bitcoin uses the SHA-512 hashing algorithm, whereas Litecoin uses a hashing algorithm called scripts. In the course, we do change our hashing algorithms, so we're fine with starting with Bitcoin, and we'll go on to that later on. But in the Ethereum C++ client, they actually use something called ETHash or Dagger Hashimoto, which is Ethereum's own sort of hashing algorithm, which allows it to run sort of as a Turing machine as well. Ethereum is basically a platform. It's a little bit more than a currency, so we end up not using Ethereum. Whilst it's very cool, it has a 15-second block time. It's a very awesome platform. It's not going to suit our needs though, because we don't need all the additional features that Ethereum has on top of it. It's a bit too heavyweight for us. So we end up forking from Bitcoin. So how did we fork it? So we fork it in the most traditional way, which is, hold on a second, let me just close down my windows. Logged into my wrong GitHub account. Fix that. See, I've got to do authentication. Okay. Okay, we're back. So we go into Bitcoin/Bitcoin again. Okay, so we can just fork it by clicking fork. Because I already have a fork of this repository, which is true. So you would just click fork, and then one of the issues, I can't delete this code, but you would click fork, and it would create your own fork, and then go through and rename your fork. So what I did was rename it. Just click edit. You can change the stuff here, change the description, go into settings, change the name of it, and there we go. And you've got your own sort of fork on that. Then the next thing you want to do is want to make sure it builds. So you want to go to your terminal. Now we're just going to clone it down as a second version, I guess. But what I'll do is I'll clone the original Bitcoin, because that makes a little bit more sense. So we'll clone down our Bitcoin. Or whatever coin this would be for you. But we just want to make sure it builds properly. Now what I would do is probably check out a tag and work from that tag instead of working from master root. And then, now I can't remember what we actually changed in our chain parameters. I think we changed a lot of stuff. So we want to also change the names of things. So I'll quickly go over how we do that as well. And that'll wrap up this video. Sorry it's a little bit shorter than the other ones. It's more about trying to cover every base, but I want to cover it in a short amount of time. So let's get into Bitcoin. So first of all, what you would do is you want to make sure that you've got all the dependencies installed. So if you go to doc, and then you go to build whichever system you're in, Also, I need to do an update because I managed to get the Windows build working, and that will come into play a little bit later. So you make sure you have all these dependencies installed just by installing all of this. Then you use your auto tools to generate the configuration files. And also there's a little trick to making this compile quicker, which I'll show you at this stage. But, you know, in the course we discover it ourselves. Then what we want to do is we want to also, let's do it on Vagrant as well. Just do systems. So okay, what we do, we probably want to use Ubuntu 18 on this one. Okay, so we can also do a Vagrant edit Ubuntu Bionic. We're just going to change the Vagrant file so we've got some more cores and some more memory, because we definitely want more RAM. So if this is your first time running Vagrant, just kind of copy what I'm doing here. So let's give ourselves 4 gigs of RAM. That's okay. This will do, and then we're going to do vp.cpus. Cool. Let's give ourselves 4, I think. That's fine. So load up the Vagrant machine. Okay, so what we want to do here is we just configure this. Now that autogen has worked. This will just make sure you've got all the correct dependencies that you need. Okay, so once this configuration is all done, you'll see it's using up quite a bit of CPU here, which is fine. It's going to. And let's also do make. So if you use the JFAG, it tells you how many simultaneous jobs to do. We'll do 6 for this. I do have 8 cores on this machine. Well, hyper-threaded, so not really. But yeah, we'll just do 6 simultaneous jobs because I want to leave some CPU usage for getting Vagrant up and running. So yeah, the trick with using Bitcoin is to use use Ubuntu 18.04. In this video, we are using Ubuntu 16.04, so I would use 18.04 and ignore me in the rest of the video, and then you'll just have a much better time working with it. (1804) is the new LTS. Okay, so let's SSH into Vagrant. And we can go through the process again of cloning. So in Vagrant, we'll basically... Alright, so clone down Bitcoin. Shouldn't really be using the mouse. It's a bad habit that I don't know if I'll ever get out of. I think if I ever move off from macOS onto pure Linux, then maybe then. I need to get out of Apple's ecosystem though if I ever want to do that, and I do like Apple. Alright, so the make process does take a long time. Whilst we're here, we can go to Bitcoin, and we can do fine, yep. Do /autogen. Oh. So yes, so okay, we need to install everything. So what we'll do is we're going to doc. Now this should be in your forked repository, just remember. And this one is slightly different because we've already forked it, so we're in a bit of a pickle with this one. But you want to just make sure you install everything. Okay, let's do sudo apt. Let's make sure we update our apt. Okay, so you want to do apt get update just to make sure you've got the most recent packages of everything. And yeah. So macOS is still building. It's building a bunch of C stuff at the moment. What I'll then do as well is I'll show you how we rename everything in a clear and easy way. And then that kind of gets us onto the start. Remember, you can always check out the GitHub repository. The link should be in the description. And that will explain a little bit more about how to do it. I think in future, to prevent that from happening again, I'll start to potentially record my streams at the same time. And if I don't record them, I'll maybe pre-record them, which is a bit of a shame. I do like engaging with the audience. Although it does seem like you guys are a little bit more quiet these days. Okay, so that's the dependencies. We also want to just go through this as well. So just basically add the PPAs and stuff. And we'll just install the dependencies. We also probably want to install UPnP, Qt, and stuff like that as well. I'll go through that. We might not have time to build it all and everything because I also want to do a quick follow-up video. But yeah, what you'll see is in the last video, I have trouble installing the Windows. Or trouble building Windows. And the solution is to use the correct Ubuntu. So we end up using Ubuntu Bionic, and that solves it. Alright, so as you can see here, Bitcoin has been built correctly. You go into source. We have the Bitcoin CLI, TX, and D being the daemon, the command line interface. And in the video, we just run it briefly. So if we go source/Bitcoin D, you can see that it is working. Whenever we use source/Bitcoin CLI get info, we're just verifying the blocks. You can see that this is working. So we're just downloading the blocks at this stage. Now, I'll go through the whole process of renaming things. So because we don't want to use that, what we do instead is we rename. So this is the commands that we use to rename everything. Okay, let's see if I can get here. So these are the commands. So first of all, we do this one. I probably got that wrong. Okay, find. So let's do this in source first of all. So we do that. This is the first command. Okay, and we also want to install all the Qt dependencies as well, and libqrcode, just to make sure we've got everything working correctly. wrong place. Okay, so that's the first find. Just name everything from capitals. Okay, the second find we did is this one. Let's just BTC LVC. Okay, yeah. See if I can get some notes up about this. Alright, cool. I got some notes. So we basically just want to go through and rename everything correctly using find and sed. Okay, so we're install libqr as well. Then we can do .-autogen. And we basically do the same thing as we did before for building. Next thing we want to do is we want to replace /btc with, I think it was LVC we did. Yeah, that was it. So we just go through, rename all of these again. And we'll make sure it builds before we call it a day. Here we just want to configure. So this is kind of two things going on in parallel here. On the second screen we are building the Linux version just to show you how that would work from scratch. And on this one we're renaming our files. Now it's kind of good to sort of get a process of doing these two things at the same time when you're building cryptocurrency stuff, just because the build processes themselves take a long time. So you kind of want to make sure everything is good. Right, next thing we want to do is lowercase. So we'll do Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Then the last thing we do is we change the title of Bitcoin Core, or the header of Bitcoin Core Developers Copyright. We change that back because that would have been messed up in this. Okay, so we're good here. Let's do make J4. Yeah. So we just want to go through and make everything here. With 4 concurrent jobs. And I guess the last thing we want to do is just make sure this is correct. Which it should be based on the previous edit that we did. So yeah, it takes just a little bit of time to build. My CPU, you can see at the bottom right, is getting pummeled as well. Okay, so we got that done. Let's just see if we can make this now. we might have some issues. Yeah, we definitely do. Let's just do problem is our CPU usage is very much taken up by this being built. But we just want to make sure it works here. We do the renaming, and then we want to make sure that everything is recompiling just fine. We will probably have some issues, and they're mainly related to naming issues at this stage, so you just want to go through and make sure that they're working correctly. Let's just do it with a standard single job, I think, for the moment. Yeah, see. So yeah, we've got a few things that we need to rename. If you look at the Git, it will tell you that. Oh, that's sorry. So yeah, a bunch of renaming things you have to do. I probably won't go through them all properly. I did a much better job on the first run of this video. So I recommend checking that out, or checking out the commit on repository. Just because it will kind of explain things a little bit better, but hopefully this will work. You can see we're now building the lib livecoin stuff instead of lib Bitcoin. We're probably going to run into a couple of issues along the way, but that's fine. So this is pretty much almost built. I might just stop this in a minute so we can give the other one version a bit quicker. But it's basically building the Qt wallet and everything like that. It's also building all the tests, which are also very important. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to build this a little bit faster. Move source.com. Okay, let's have a look at so yeah, there's some other stuff we wanted to rename. Let's do dash configure just to get it back to normal, because there are some issues that we're going to have. Okay. So we got an issue where it's saying it's named Bitcoin config, and we need to change that to be Litecoin config.h. Alright, so we're just going to move it. So once this compiles, we'll wrap up this session. It gives you a bit of an overview about everything we needed to do, just about a lot of renaming stuff and things like that. We chose the project while we chose it. Bitcoin because it's one, the most actively developed, two, it is the most reliant code out there because it has been attacked many a time, so you can guarantee that it's going to be very safe for your project. A lot of people contribute it to being old tech or out of date, or blockchain version 1. I personally think it's one of the still most finest pieces of code base out there. Yeah, okay, so this is going to be cause an issue. So we could just rename everything, and we could have gone sort of scorched earth on this, which probably isn't the worst idea in the world. So I don't know what I've got wrong here. Ah, okay. We basically need to make sure that we got everything rebuilt. Let's do this again in 6 jobs just to get it done as quickly as possible. So we're going to have to recompile, reconfigure. So there's definitely going to be some issues. What else we probably wanted to do is rename a few things. Not sure what we got the issues here being. Make clean. So I think some of the issues we've got. Try again. Hopefully we can get there. So we need to basically go to source. Let's scorch earth it, I think. So we can do find and we can do a rename. So this will basically go through and rename all the files that we need. Now, this is going to cause some issues when it comes to UT and stuff, but for the moment, we'll just go for it. Now, because a lot of these files already exist, it's just going to kind of complain a little bit. But it doesn't rename files if they already exist, which is kind of nice. Okay, let's see how it does. The renaming part is probably the hardest part, because in reality, you should just rename everything. Apart from leaving that little header there that says it's copyright still by the Bitcoin core developers, which I'll show you how to add back in. In reality, it's just what we've been doing with the rename, but you just change the Livecoin core developers into the Bitcoin core developers again, and that's only ever going to appear at the top. Okay, yep. So we've got our 3 outputs: Livecoin CLI, Livecoin transaction, and Livecoin D for Livecoin daemon. So that's kind of all we wanted to get done. So we've managed to successfully rename everything, and that kind of is the end of this video, or this session at least. So in the next session, what we talk about is how do we then make it our own coin? Because right now this is just still Bitcoin, but it's renamed something different. So in the next session, we talk about how we actually make the chain our own chain and have our own parameters. We look into the chain parameters and the Genesis block as well. So it's quite interesting. The next video kind of ends with me having to wait for a very long time because, yes, I didn't expect something to take about 5 hours to be solved, but it was a bit of a lesson in lesson in sort of how difficulty works. Cool, so thank you very much for watching. I'll reorganize the playlist so this is back in the order. I'm going to do a quick other upload just to explain how I managed to get the Windows build working, just as a bit of a heads up to everybody. But thank you again for tuning in. I'm sorry that the first recording got destroyed, so if anybody's tried to watch this sort of in a janky order, I do apologize. But thanks very much, guys. I look forward to seeing you on the next course I do of how to create a cryptocurrency proof of work. If you're new to the series, what we're doing is we're creating our own cryptocurrency. It's called Livecoin, named after LiveEDU. And in our first session, we basically got our project set up, renamed everything, and yeah, made sure everything was building and working correctly. But currently at the moment, it's just a wrapper or just a renamed version of Bitcoin. It's not really its own network. It still is very much the Bitcoin network. So what are we going to do today? Today, we're going to start rectifying that. So we're going to look at the chain parameters and the Genesis block. So I'll explain what both those are. We're going to start with the chain parameters because that's probably one of the easiest things to understand. And basically, it's what makes our network compared to things such as like Bitcoin, which has its own sort of chain parameters, and there are a few things unique to Bitcoin which makes it itself. We're going to be looking at creating Livecoin as its own coin. So the chain parameters is where this lives. So first of all, if we want to get started, you want to open up your project tree. How do I do that? I've changed my settings. So go into your source directory and then go to chain params. Let me just look for that chain params. So you see you've got a bunch of chain parameters here. These 3 folders. Well, these 2 are the main mostly the important ones: chain params.h and chain params.cpp. So we're going to go into the .cpp. There's no need for us to go to the header file. And there's a bunch of stuff in here you can probably see, and a lot of it looks like garbage, or gobbledygook even, but it's all very important. So what you can see here is, first of all, if you're familiar with Bitcoin, this is the famous line here: the Times, 3rd of January 2009, chance on the brink of second bailout for banks. That's the timestamp incorporated into the Genesis block. We'll get onto the Genesis block in a bit, and we'll add our own timestamp in there, and we'll probably find something out. There has been a bit of news actually about the manipulation, so I think that's probably going to be what our Genesis block header is going to contain. But for the meantime, what we want is the C main params class. So this is where we're going to make our adjustments. You can see we've got a lot of things such as BIP, different bit heights, various bit heights. We don't really need these at the moment. We can probably just set them all to be 0. So as the first thing, let's just do that. Technically, we're going to have all these bips on first entry. Now, there is something which is a bit confusing, is this one. We do not have a hash for the first BIP34, but we will find one. Okay, so there's some other chain parameters here, but we should probably start working on our first one, and this is the PCH message start. Now, what is this? You can see these are 4 bytes. The first byte being F9, second BE, third B4, and fifth D9. Now, these 4 bytes are basically the message header, so that's identifying which coin belongs to which protocol. Now, because we haven't changed these from Bitcoin, this now still acts on the Bitcoin protocol, and other Bitcoin nodes are talking to this. So we are going to change it ourselves. Let's see if we can do, what is that, 1, 2, yes, E5, okay. We need to change these to our own magic number, as it's called. So we can just choose 4 random bits. Whichever 4 random bits you want is going to be for yours. I like to use a random number or random hex generator. Let me just get that up so we can see that. Yeah, I like to use a random hex generator just because of human bias. There's always going to be issues. So we only need 8. So there we go. We got some random bytes there. If we generate again, just generate it a few times. There we go. Which one do we want? I like this, so we can just use this. So what we're going to do is just paste that there, and we can start CC by 4, 3, 6, 6, 4. So that is going to be our message start. Now, if we make this and run it, it will no longer work towards Bitcoin. Especially when considering we've got all the different bit things that we changed, but this is enough to actually make that work. So we've changed the magic header. The next thing we want to do is we want to start doing something called prefixing. So I'll just make sure that this builds. It's going to go through and double check everything for me. If we've got anybody in chat today. Got a couple of people in the room. Good to see you in here. Enjoying the course. So we're just going through the configure steps again, and we'll just quickly do some rebuilding. So after we've done the message header, again, we're not going to rebuild after every step because it takes quite a bit of time. What we will do at the end as well, just for deployment, which is probably in the next session, we're just going to add Docker into this as well, just to make things a little bit easier so we can just rebuild quickly or redistribute. Now, you don't have to use Docker, but it just makes a little bit of sense. In fact, I might not use Docker. I'll show you how to, but I'm not going to use it. Only because the reason I don't want to use Docker is because when I try to upload, it messes with the stream. I just remember from that last stream I did, it really messes that up. Okay, so we're going to change the port. Again, we can just do some sort of random number. Or we can have something that's kind of familiar. I like something maybe kind of familiar. So we can do 9191. That looks pretty good. Now, let's make sure we change that everywhere. So we're going to go into us. We're just going to go here. I'm going to do find. No, we don't want to do rename. We want to do set. So we're just going to rename the instances of 8333 to 9191. And we're just going to do it here because there may be instances where it's elsewhere. So we're just renaming the port. Now, Bitcoin also has another port that we will want to rename. Let me just get off that. Okay. And that is the RPC port. Let's see if I can remember where that is. I don't think I can remember where the RPC port actually is. But it's not that big of an issue at the moment. This port is more important, so we'll just change that one to 9999. Alright, so we do a git... Oh, my bad. We just do a git status and see what we've got on. So do a git diff. Okay, yep, so you can see that all our port numbers have been changed. Pip tables. Okay, I think that is our RPC port, is now 19191, which is pretty easy to remember. Okay. Yep. So these are actually the seeds. We don't care too much about them, but that's fine. So we're just going to commit this. Message header bits, or let's say change magic number, because that's what it's called, magic number bits and ports. Okay, let's push that up. So believe it or not, Bitcoin did release version 16.1 today, 0.16.1, which is kind of annoying because we were working on 0.16, but that's fine. If we'd waited a day, we would have got the latest and greatest, but I'm okay with that. It's only a minor version upgrade. Okay, so we've upgraded our ports, we've changed our message header. What next? So there's a few more things we definitely want to change in this file. Now you can see here, this stuff is called the Genesis blocks and some assertions there. We're not going to touch that just yet, but we will be touching it shortly. I just want to double check that something is here that I need for touching that. Nope, so I need to refer to my notes there. That is fine. Okay, so now what else do we want to change? Okay, so we want to change our prefixes. Now, our prefixes are found here from line 140. And these are basically the prefixes that kind of let us know what, so the addresses. So every Bitcoin address starts with a 1, and that's because this value here, the 0, when applied to base 58, always has that same prefix. So we actually want to change these ourselves, and there is a website on the bitcoin.it wiki, and I'll bring that across to here. Okay. So here we go, list of address prefixes. If you Google that, I'll probably add this as a footnote onto the live video. Let me just do that now. I'll add these couple of things here. So yes, I'll edit the curriculum and add that because I will not remember to do it at the end. And this one. Oops. There we go. Yep, sorry about that. Okay, so that's added there. So these are the different prefixes. So you can see what they explain. This is a really good site to sort of read up on. But here we go. You've got the different decimal versions of the prefixes and what they will create. So you can see 0 creates a leading symbol of 1. Now, because we're Livecoin, we should probably have an L at the front. Now, because it's base 58, you do not have a capital L. You do not have a lowercase l or a capital I because they get confusing. So base 58, we'll have to use the 48, which is a uppercase L. That will be our prefix when we generate a new address. So we want to change this on public key. Now our secret key we should probably change as well. Let's do it as an E because we know secretly this is a live edu course. So we'll change that to 33. And that's here. And then our script address we can leave as 5. Personally, it doesn't hurt to change that as well. So we'll change it to be 80, I think, for a nice Z. Now, again, I wouldn't worry too much about this. These two values here are not used as much. So you're kind of okay. But it's worth changing them to be a bit more customized. And the final thing we want to change is the public key extensions and the secret key extensions. Again, you don't really need these to be anything different. I'm just going to change them to be 1E, sort of the live edu, and just make sure that they are the same. That's basically what you want to do at the minimum. You just want to change these. So that's it for the base 58 prefixes. Let's go ahead and build it again and commit that. We'll make sure that this works. So just a recap because it might be a little bit confusing. This is what the start of our address will look like. So every address we have now will start with a capital L. Script address, I wouldn't worry too much about. It's decent to change it. And the secret key is what the private key is. So in our case, these are going to start as a capital E. And then you've got the extension private key and extension public key. You definitely just want to, at the minimum, change these. That's because these prefixes, you want to make sure they're a little bit unique. Now, the only issue that we've done with 48 is that's also the same as Litecoin. Litecoin also has a 48. So we could change it if we want to. But seeing though we are Livecoin, not Litecoin, it doesn't make much difference. And this isn't a real coin. We might be reusing this coin down the line to create things like faucets and stuff. Just because it's kind of nice to have sort of our own little coin that we can do that with. But I'm not really too fussed about it in total. Okay, perfect. So that works. So let's just have a little look what we got the diffs from. Okay, so it's just indexing. And I have just noticed something. So what we want to do here is just want to go on the git ignore, and because we didn't do this before, I'm just going to rename this to Livecoin. Okay, that's cool. And then we're also going to just add these 3 in there as well. Again, if this was a real project, we would tidy this stuff up, but we don't need to. So I'm just going to commit this. And I'm going to do just remove everything from here, and then we'll just add it all back, and this will just get rid of anything that we've actually, that was probably a very silly thing to do. So let's go and we can remove the rest of the bit. So normally we would have done this at the beginning, but everything took so long to build yesterday, it just got left by the wayside. But it's not a big deal. We can tidy it up as we go along. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to change some of these parameters up here. Now, there's a couple we kind of want to change. And these are the power target timestamp and the power target spacing. So what do we want to do here? Basically, these two are what kind of makes Bitcoin slow. So the n power target spacing, let me just highlight the line. So this line here is basically how long it takes for blocks to come through. Now Bitcoin does 10 minutes, which can be considered reasonably slow. Litecoin does 2.5 minutes, which makes it a lot faster. I think for this coin, you have to try and balance this a little bit. You don't want it to be too fast, but you don't want it to be too slow. I think 2 minutes is probably fine. It's reasonably fast, but it's okay. We could, if we want to do 3 minutes, which makes things kind of in the middle. Livecoin again is 2.5 minutes, kind of different. So we could do 2.5. Litecoin is okay. I think I like the way Litecoin does it. And this one is the n power target time span. Now this is something different. This is about difficulty adjustment. So we probably want to change this to be from 2 weeks way down to something much smaller than that. Maybe half a day or even less than that. So I reckon we should probably change it to... We could change it to every block, but that might be a little bit interesting. Let's have a think. I've got some notes written down for how I want to change this. So this is something you want to think about. You don't really just want to go and build it, but it depends what you want to think about it too. Let's change it to 3.5 days. I think that's probably the right thing to do. The 3.5 days is probably correct. And in that case, we shall just make a quick calculation. I'll do it over here. So we need to then calculate the minor confirmation window and the rule change activation threshold, just to be sure that we are correct. But I think we are okay. The target time span is 3.5. Yep, cool. So we're on the same minor confirmation and rule change activation. So that's fine. We'll go for this. Not a bad idea. Okay. The next thing we want to do is we want to create a Genesis block. Now that we've got these chain params, our network is kind of, kind of about ourselves now, kind of similar to ourselves. But what we need to do is we need to change the Genesis block. So this is so we have a new starting history. So what is the Genesis block? So the Genesis block is the first block in a blockchain taken from the word Genesis, and block because the blockchain is composed of a long chain of blocks. So why do we need to generate it? Well, the Genesis block is always going to be static. It's never going to change. However, every block after that is, it's non-determined. It's indeterminate. So the Genesis block needs to be hard-coded into every blockchain in order for it to continue. So you'll see the hash of the Genesis block in Bitcoin is this below, this hash here, and you'll see the Merkle root is this as well. And the Merkle root is something very different. So a Merkle root is basically is the root of something called a Merkle tree. So a Merkle tree is the hashes of all the different transactions hashed together up in a tree-like structure, and the final hash of all of them together is the Merkle root. That's kind of a very simplistic overview. I recommend doing some reading on what a Merkle root is, because I am not doing it any justice. But it's basically the idea of the Merkle root is, given all the transactions, you can verify yourself whether a transaction was included just by looking at or hashing yourselves the Merkle tree. And that's the whole point of Bitcoin. You can validate these blocks yourself. So it's a way of storing or saving space, because you can basically hash all the... So a header in Bitcoin has a certain fixed size, and that means you can guarantee that all headers will have a certain fixed size, because regardless of how many transactions they have, by hashing them in the Merkle root, and you get a guaranteed sum or checksum of your transactions in that block. I do recommend reading up on it. That was probably an awful explanation by myself, and it's an interesting subject, and it's you'll see why it's very important. But for what we need to do, at our purposes, we need to... I'm just getting up my notes. We need to basically create our own Genesis block. So how do we do that? This is one of the harder things. So there are some scripts out there that allow you to do this. I kind of like to do it inside the actual code itself. So Bitcoin used to have this code embedded in it. I do not anymore, but there are some projects out there. So I will just get one of my notes up and we can get it from there. Okay. So we want to do it just before here. Let me just open this up in a tab. Okay. So we need to create our own new Genesis block. So we want to do it above the asserts. So we can do this basically for... Let me just assert the highlighting off. So this is the code that we'll use. Let me just check what the power limit is. Okay, that's fine. So I'll explain a little bit what this does in a minute, but we basically want to the joys of C++. It's a great language. Okay, new Genesis. Nonce. And remember also we talked about the nonce beforehand. Now this may be a little bit confusing of what I'm doing, but I'll explain in a minute. We're basically making a very, very arbitrary minor only for the Genesis block. Now, why are we doing this instead of using a tool already out there? Because it's good. It's good to learn how to do it. You know, whilst you can rely on tools always, sometimes they are not well maintained. They might not work. And if you want to use your own algorithm, which we will be doing later on, well, not our own, rolled our own, but you might want to use an algorithm that's not actually got any minors available for it yet. And you'll want to generate your own Genesis block, and this is the best way to do that. Okay, so this is how our miner will do it. Now, if we run this now, you will see that we actually will get these hashes here. So let's go ahead and do this. Now, this is one of the problems. It does take a little bit of time to actually build this, which is why some people so maybe my notes are incorrect. Yeah, that might not work anymore, which is a bit of a shame if that is the case. So that's kind of annoying. Let me see if we can fix this up. Okay. So let me just do a quick bit of Googling. So there is an issue with doing this. Okay, so we're probably going to need to do a little bit of a change on this one, which is fine. It's just a little bit irritating because I thought I had, well, I thought Bitcoin would have already had this in there, so it must have been some custom code that I put into another project, which is fine, so we can do that ourselves. Curious whether it is a base blob. It is a base blob, so we do have a comparison operator, which is what is interesting, is we definitely have less than. I'm not sure why. Okay, now greater than. But if we do this, this will work, which is most likely what is the case. So okay, yeah, that is the issue. We have less than, not greater than, which is fine. So we can just do for. So this will work. We just have to swap them over. Sorry about that, guys. It's one of those things that happens sometimes. Okay, so let's try it. We've got our daemon. Let's go livecoin D. And there we go, we've already got a hash. Didn't actually do any more. We can just do here return, or we can just do exit. Let's do that. So because we can verify now that these two are actually correct. Okay. We probably don't want to return, do we? Let's leave it like that. Okay, so you can see that here we've got the correct Genesis block, or the correct Merkle root. The nonce is correct, and the Genesis hash is correct as well. Sorry. So the next thing we want to do is we want to create our own Genesis block. So first of all, let's change the timestamp. So what are we going to change our timestamp to? Let's have a look on the news. I believe the New York Times. Oh, we can do Bloomberg actually. Bloomberg is going to be one of the better ones. Okay, we're going to have this. So Bloomberg, and the reason you have this is it's kind of a one. It's a tip of the hat to Satoshi Nakamoto. Okay. So that's our sort of tip of the hat to him. And two, it's just sort of a done thing in crypto. It's part of the tradition. Okay, so let's get the timestamp, which is date. There we go, date in seconds. So we'll add our timestamp, which is, I believe the first one is the timestamp, this one. And then we'll just set the nonce to be 0. And we shall make it again, build it up again. So this time we're going to build this up, and we'll have another look. Alright guys, I should probably be building in the top window. You guys can see it. Okay. Need to remember that the bottom window is... Okay, so now we're going to mine. Let's have a look. So we're going to our source, and we'll do dash livecoin D, and not 100% sure that that is correct. It isn't. So back to my notes again. Yeah, so that hash is not correct. Maybe I had it correct the first time. Who knows? Let's do genesis.get hash. I probably did. Let's make this again. So our nonce should not be 0. That usually indicates that something's not very right here. Not correct. Something's gone a little astray. let's try this. Okay, this looks a little bit better. So now you can see the CPU usage is going up ever so slightly, and basically we're mining to try and find a block. So this process can take some time, and the best thing to do is we just kind of want to sit and wait for it to happen. Now if I just check my notes, find out if I was incorrect. No, I don't think I was. Interesting. We'll see how it works. It might be the case that we have to use a tool because for some reason my mass is off or something similar to that. But in the meantime, we can have a look at how we can implement the I have a feeling this isn't going to work either. So let's have a look at our comparison. Yeah. So what we can do is we can add our own comparison, because I think we should have probably found a nonce by now, but we'll leave that running just in case. I have a feeling it's not going to find because it should be greater than. So what we can do is we go to uint256h and we can just add the friend inline bool operator greater than const base lob and okay. Got blocks on the brain. Let's keep it to the same style. Okay. So we could just do a compare. Let's try. Let's try that. I have a feeling this isn't going to work, so we're just going to make this at the bottom one here. And well, we don't need to make it just yet. So whilst that top one is running, I think it will run forever at this stage because it's going to be impossible. So whilst it's doing that, we shall go to our chain parameters and just change that to greater than, which I believe is what it should be. Now I could be wrong, but that's what it is in my notes. So let's cancel that. Take this again. So this will probably take a little while to build because we've got to rebuild everything. And this is one of the, again, what I mentioned yesterday, one of the difficulties with building your own cryptocurrency. It does take a long time to build everything. Now, if this does become an issue and it's not working, so yeah, it looks like we're not going to find it using less than. For some reason, I'm not too sure why, but it seems like that may be the issue. Now, one of the other issues I've worried about is because of this power limit, maybe it's incorrect. Who knows? We'll find out. It should be fine, to be honest, but we shall find out. If it is an issue, I've got another implementation that I will use here, which is part of the fun, you know, of doing this. Sometimes it throws errors in your way. If we cannot find it, we'll just find a Genesis block tool. But this should be the way you would normally do it. I'll find a Genesis block tool just so we're ready. So we're just going to take some time to keep building this. And in the meantime, whilst this tries to work, we're just going to download another one. So I know I spoke about not using a tool, but it seems like they've removed some of the code or changed some of the way the code works. So we can't do it, which is fine. It's just not entirely what I wanted. Hopefully this new change will fix it. Let's see. Okay, so LivePoint D is ready, so let's give it a go. Okay, so again, for some reason it still thinks that this is going to be less than. So we're not going to use that. We could rewrite some of the comparison code, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be... Okay, so we need to install script construct. And let's give it a go. So if we try it on the standard Bitcoin one, it should work. And it does work. Perfect. So we can use this tool. I'll drop a link to it. So add it. Sorry about that. Notification came through. Not too sure where. All right, so Sorry about that. So again, I'm just going to remove the code that we put in here because I don't think this is going to work. Okay. And let's try again. So we've got our different parameters that we want. So we want to do Python genesis.py z. So in other coins, what I do is normally I will have it generate them themselves. In this case, obviously it didn't work despite me saying that. And for time, I don't want to dig too much in there and make it more complicated than it has to be. So we're just going to use this tool. Okay, so this may be slightly too long, but we shall try. So we need to put the nonce in, which is going to be 0, and we need to put the timestamp in. The timestamp is what we generated beforehand. Where is it? Here it is. That was the current time. Okay, so this is going to search for it, and we shall see. So I think it's because it needs to be less than that. So apparently the estimate is going to be 5.9 hours. That's a real long time for us to generate the Genesis hash. I don't think it is going to be that long, but we shall wait and see. Could be that the bits are too large. Now, I don't think they're that large, but I'm just going to double check. So the what's it called task I had beforehand where it was doing less than might have actually been working. So this is going to take a little bit of time for us to generate the hash, so we're going to keep an eye on it. For the meantime, however, we're going to keep this building. We're going to rebuild it anyway once we've made these changes. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of waiting around. And this is one of the things with crypto. A lot of it is waiting. So, whilst we're waiting for this to happen, which still says it might be 6 hours. If it's 6 hours, we're going to have to come back and add that in tomorrow. Hopefully it's not 6 hours because that's too much work. I think it should be done much quicker than that. But in the meantime, we're going to basically remove these seeds. So we're going to delete all of this. And on top of that, so these are just the seeds that allow the network to run. We will add our own seeds later on, but for the meantime, we're just going to release the. We're going to delete these, and we'll add our own ones when we need to. Let me just double check stuff. So it could have been correct, the first thing we did. I was just not expecting it, that it was going to take this long. The estimate does say it's going to take 6 hours. Hopefully it doesn't take that long. That's quite a long estimate. But we shall find out. Okay. So yeah, it's going to take a few hours to find this Genesis block. In the meantime, we're going to have to wait for that to occur. I probably should have done it before the stream, which is a bit annoying. I'm just trying to find if there's a quicker way to figure it out. Besides from firing up the miners behind me, we're just going to have to let that run. Okay, so in the meantime, what we can do is we can take down, I will just put a link to this Genesis block creator on the actual site. Let me do that now. So, yeah, sorry about that, guys. I wasn't, a couple of things go wrong, but what can you do? So I do believe the original task of what I was doing within the code was fine. It's just one of those things that you can't really see it. And in this one, it gives you a nice user interface that shows you that as well. But we're definitely going through a lot of hashes, and hopefully we will figure it out at some point. So in the meantime, what we can do is we can basically wait for that to occur, but that's probably going to take a few hours, and I don't think you're going to want to watch that. So we'll just remove the seeds that we've got currently, and then when this is done, I shall upload the Genesis block. You'll be able to see it on GitHub later on tonight. I'll wait for that to be done before going to bed, or I'll do it early in the morning when I wake up. And on top of that, I'll talk about it a little bit in tomorrow's discussion. So once what we would have done once we had the Genesis block ready is we would have moved the DNS and nodes and seed nodes as well. So we can do that as well. So yeah, there's a couple of other things we want to definitely do. So okay, let's get the seeds. These are some of the seed nodes here, and we just want to delete all of this. So let's do that. So there's a load of different seeds in here that we do not want. And these are just, over time, contributors have added their seeds for nodes that they're keeping alive. Now, we don't have any seeds here. It is generated as well by the seeds, generate seeds.py, which is probably connecting to them and basically getting a list of nodes that are currently active and creating them. It's a really useful tool. When Livecoin is a much greater source than it currently is, we can do that. But for the meantime, we don't have any seeds because we are going to be the first node when we get created. So we've changed the ports, we've removed the seed nodes. Let me just refer to my notes to make sure that we've got everything Okay, yep, that's great. Yep. Perfect. We can probably leave the test nodes in. Excuse me. Let's move down here. Let's just undo these test nodes. And again, we'll remove the seed nodes. Okay, perfect. So next thing we want to do is we want to create our minimum chain work to 0. Yeah, it's going to take a few hours to do this, unfortunately. So let's go to our chain params again. And let's reduce our minimum work because we don't have any minimum chain work at the moment. We do not need this much work. So minimum chain work is basically a hard-coded of how much the best chain should work, so that stops people from going back in time and removing anything in here. And we can assume valid. We can just do this as well. Oh, well, we'll just leave it for the moment. There is no valid ancestors. We'll put that in there when we get a little bit later. And so speaking of this, so this is what chain should have the most minimum amount of work applied to it. Next thing we are going to do is we're going to change our checkpoints. So checkpoints are basically so checkpoints are sort of like a hard-coded value of what we're expecting to see at some certain point. You can see Bitcoin hasn't changed its checkpoints for a very long time. There we go. So, oh well, it's actually quite large. So these are the checkpoints. So the chain, or the main chain, sort of has these different checkpoints, which helps it sync a little bit better. Now, because we don't have any, we want to get rid of these. So let's do so. And let's again build. Okay. So what we can do here is we can just commit this as well. And in the meantime, we can also remove these because they're not meant to be on here. So it's a good excuse to remove them. And also, while we're doing this, I may as well add a Docker file in there also. Okay. So we're removing the seeds and checkpoints. And the next thing we can do is we can just make our own Docker file. So let's do that, shall we? Okay, so we'll do it from Ubuntu 16, which is what I've been working on within Vagrant, which is probably one of the easier ones to work with. So we're going to want to copy the directory into the long coin. And we're going to set that as our work dir. Just run apt update. We want to install basically the dependencies. Let me just add these. That's the dependencies we want there. And we want to install libboost as well. So that also works. Then we need to add our PPAs for Berkeley DB support. So do that. And this is very similar to what we did in Vagrant, except for we're just using Docker to do that. Now, don't worry too much if you don't understand what's going on here, but we are basically just telling Docker to run these different commands. So we're adding mini UPnP support and libcmq. Now we need to build it, so these are actually the similar building things we had. So we want to do run autogen.sh. This is basically similar to how you would run a shell script to do with this, except for you don't need to put wait in between because Docker does wait for the last command to occur. Now we can also do make install here, which is going to automatically add it to our path, and we need to expose our ports as well. So the two ports that we had were 9191 and 19191. So expose those two ports, and we can run livecoind. Now we probably want to print this actually. If we just check livecoind, now the way that Docker works, this will just write. Sorry. So of course, because our block is, let me just have a look quick. Basically, we want this to, we want std out to be directed from the file. Okay, I've got it. So, yes, our coin isn't working at the moment because we don't have the correct Genesis block for our info, and this is going to take some time still. Okay, so this is the Docker file we've got. We can just add that into our Alright, so I'll push this up. And we'll wait for that to go live. So, in the meantime, this is now going to have to run for just a few more hours, but once it's done, it will basically produce us our Merkle. I mean, we already get the Merkle hash already, so we can put this in there. But it'll give us our nonce and our hash value for the block. Now, normally these blocks aren't as tough as this one to hash. The reason this is so difficult is because, you know, it prevents somebody from creating a network and trying to supersede yours in a very short amount of time from when you launch it. So this is why this reason is happening. It does take some time to get through, but in that time it's going to be okay. So let's go to chain params and fix that up. Alright, so here it's just in our Merkle root, which is the second of the two assertions, and we can just put in the new Merkle root, which is this one. So again, we got to wait for the Genesis hash. I do apologize for that. I thought it would be done much quicker, but it's just part and parcel of it. Once the Genesis hash is done, we can move on to the next thing. So I will keep an eye, obviously, on this Python script. Let's look here. On this one, when it gets done tonight, hopefully at a reasonable hour, I shall add it onto the code base and make sure the assertion is fine. And then I'll also change the nonce values, and I'll add a commit to that. And I'll make sure that I go through that next time on the next session, which will be on Sunday, not tomorrow, because I'm going to be busy. So plenty of time for that Genesis block to be found. But this is basically the process of mining. You can see that my CPU usage is around 40-42%, and it's in the yellow stage, so it's definitely using some CPU power to compute this. When it's done, we shall, as I said, make the changes and let you guys know. So yeah, the next session is basically we're going to get it launched live, and we're going to get it communicating with each other and eventually mining some blocks as well. We're also going to the reward structure. We kind of had a look about how we can change things in other structures of the coin. Next time we'll look at the reward structure and changing those rewards from being output, and maybe adding a pre-mine, I guess, in the session after that. But it's all about going to be about running live. We kind of touched a little bit on the Docker file, and that's going to come into play as well if you want to do it. So maybe I will upload the Docker image itself before the course. Okay, so thanks very much for watching, guys. Yeah, join in on Sunday for the next session. Hello, everybody, and welcome to session 3 of how to create your own cryptocurrency in C++, proof of work. So last time we left off, we were trying to find the Genesis block. I'm happy to say that we have managed to find the Genesis block. You can see it right here. It's truncated across 2 lines. Very long hash. It took about 5 hours to do in the end, so the algorithm was correct. So I recommend if you want to do this yourself, give yourself a bit of time. But we're going to talk about changing the algorithm anyway, and we're currently using SHA-256 as the hashing algorithm. So we will change this in the next session to something a little bit easier for things like that. So in the meantime, what are we doing today? So in today's session, what we're going to do is we're going to run the network. We're going to test the network, and we're going to mine some initial blocks. And once we've managed to do that, and I'll show you how to do all these things, then we're going to change the reward structure and restart the chain. So what do we need to do to run the network locally? We need to do a couple of things. First of all, we need to have 2 nodes running. So as you've noticed, I've been running with Vagrant recently, and I have the Vagrant machine up and running here. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to access this from our host machine and have them talk to each other. So we need to forward some ports. So first of all, you want to edit your Vagrant file. So I'll just load it up. And you can just search here for a forwarded port, and it does have the network. So here we go, we can do this here. And let me just remember that we set our ports as 9191. So our guest is 9191, and we can just do the host as 9292. There you go. So we know if we connect to that on our host machine, we should be fine. So that's allowing us to forward the ports there. Now, second of all, we need to, let me just do a, I think it's Vagrant reload. There we go, reload Vagrant. We've got these new configuration settings. Okay, once that's reloaded, what we'll do is then download the latest copy, because I don't think I updated it once I did everything with this, and we'll just run fresh builds. I think I have a fresh build here, let's just make sure. And then we'll get the network connected. Now, initially you won't have any hard-coded nodes because you don't have any live servers up and running, which is fine, but in order for that to work properly, you need to configure in the configuration file how to connect to each other using the add node command. You can do it as a host, but it's probably better to write that down. So it's just going to take a while for me to log into Vagrant for some reason, because on this stream everything seems to want to run slow, which is fine, but kind of annoying. So we've got watching today, we've got 3 of you watching. How's everyone doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, cool. So let's SSH in using Vagrant SSH. And I do like Vagrant, it's a very useful utility. Okay, and let's just make. No, we want to pull actually. Pull origin master. Alright, so we've got to download everything. Yep, so we're all good here. So, yep, fine. Make. Let's do that. Okay. So, what we're going to do is. Yep. Git pull. Now, I think I can force pull, but I'm not too sure. No, I can't. Okay. Let's just rf livecoin. I don't really want to do that, but I probably should. Sorry guys, I should have done this a little bit earlier, but it was Father's Day today and ended up getting quite busy with doing stuff for my dad, which is what the day is about. Alright, so we'll clone this and get this building, and then I'll talk to you about how to get the network working. And the path will be slightly different, and we'll see it both in Linux and in macOS. Let's go to Livecoin. That's it. Do our classic autogen, configure and make. Okay, and we'll make it as well. Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of time as we make. So let's run this, shall we? Now I'm going to run it with just standard. So we're going to source Livecoin D. So we're running the daemon. There we go. Now this will, let's do this on the big screen. So this will in fact create a directory under /library application support. Now this is on macOS. If you're not on macOS, this is going to be this path is not going to be right for you. But you got a Livecoin. And this, okay, we can see you got Livecoin 2. Let's just rf Livecoin 2. This is something I wanted to just explain to you. By the way, if you tried running the chain with under not Livecoin with a different Genesis block, you would have got an issue. Let me just show you what happens if we do that. Okay, let's just go up here. Let's just delete this. Livecoin 2. Okay, rf Livecoin. Let me just show you what would have happened here, by the way. And this is part of refactoring the chain. Okay. Move Livecoin 2 to Livecoin. Okay. Now, okay, so you'll see you'll get that error message, basically, if you tried running. Sorry. You'll get this error message, which is error incorrect on the Genesis block found, wrong data directory for network. And that basically means because it's written the Genesis block down, which you've had hard coded in, which was the original Bitcoin Genesis block, it's then tried to verify that and it's been incorrect. So if you get that, all you want to do is just do rm, or you just want to remove that data file and start again. So if we do that, and this time Livecoin is created and it's all good. Now we want to create a file under here called livecoin.conf. So it's just our coin name.conf. So we go into livecoin.conf, and here we want to add a node. Now this tells the network to connect to this node, and it will try to connect to the node as well as others. So this node is our local host, but it's the port that we forward. which is 9292. So this will try to connect to 127.0.0.1, which is a loopback URL to your own computer, and it will loop back. It will try to connect to port 9292. If you don't have the 9292, it will just try to connect to the default port. So what we're doing is we're going to wait for this to install. The configuration file is kind of cool. You can have other stuff as well. So what we'll do is we'll put daemon in here equals 1, and we'll put server equals 1 as well. Now you can put stuff as well like rpc password or rpc user equals user rpc password secret password, and that just allows you to connect. Now what's interesting is now that I've added the username and password, if I try to use the command line interface, the CLI, to stop the network, it tells me I've got an incorrect password because I've changed it before it was created. So if that ever happens to you, don't do it. See, now I can stop. So just be aware that that's what's happened. It's always good to set a user and a password. Don't set them to this. You also see I started the server right there, and because I got daemon 1 and server 1, it's just loaded as and gave the message LivePoint server starting, so it doesn't block up the process. So that's a way of running it in daemon mode, which is what you want to do. Okay, how are we doing on this? Alright, so, you know, we're building still. We've got a bit of a way to go. Takes a little bit of time. Whilst we're doing that, oh yeah, I believe I already showed you the Qt wallet. I wonder if there's anything we can change in the Qt wallet, so let's just have a little look. There's a bunch of stuff, as in Bitcoin. Let's go into Qt. Because there was definitely some stuff I wanted to change here. Let's also stop the server, so we stopped it. Okay, let's do Livecoin Qt. Interesting. For some reason, the Genesis hash is not happy. I don't know why that is. It's in the testnet params. Okay, so testnet, our Genesis hash is incorrect, which is fine. It just means we need to fix our Genesis hash as well. So let's have a look at that whilst we're here. So you can save this file once you've added this in there, and that's fine. Let's go back. Oops, cd project.edu. Livecoin. Alright, let's have a look. So we've got the issue with... So this is the test parameters. So for some reason it doesn't seem to like that, which is fine. Let's go to C testnet params. Let's also delete this chain because we don't need this. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this because it doesn't make sense to try and mine that again. But normally, if you would set up a testnet, you would have it very much different. It doesn't matter too much at this stage. Yank. But it is worth having a different setup. So let's just try this. Let's just build that out. Because we've got some time while this is building anyway. You can see that Livecoin D is now actually done, so it's just going to go through the rest of the setup stuff, which is fine by me, if I'm honest. Okay. Delete that, sorry. Alright, and let's go up here and just build this out as well. And then we'll start it up, and we just want to go through and change some stuff about naming. There we go. So you can see it still says Bitcoin Core in here. So we're going to grep that. We'll just find out why it's saying that stuff. Now, annoyingly, because we've got all this changed, it's a bit difficult to find what our actual thing is. So, okay, so I think... Interesting. Doesn't look like it's here anywhere. We go to Qt Creator, that's one of the things we might have to do here. Let's try this. I don't think I even have Qt Creator, but... It seems to have loaded. Let's load it up, shall we? Then we go down to Qt. And is there a project we can open here? Maybe not. It was annoying, I thought we could. That doesn't look like it. Never mind, we'll have to figure out another way to find out where this naming is. I thought it would be here. But if not, it's fine. We can always rename it another day. Today's one's not about renaming. Today's one's about getting everything working in regards to crypto space. Let's try and look for Bitcoin Core -wallet, see if that works. So that didn't work either. Let's see if we can go up here. We might even have to look on the root directory, because that's the only directory that we didn't change things. And you'll probably find it's a translation thing or something like that. Let's go back into Livecoin. Let's see. Yep, can't seem to find it. So could be within NSI here. Going to be in a language pack, basically, I think. Like a project name, you've got it. Could be in configure. Configure is probably where it's at. That most likely is it. It's in the package name or something. So if we go into like the configure.ac, it's probably in here. Yeah, it's probably somewhere in here. So that's where it is. Just have to look. Right, how are we doing on our build? That's a good question. So it's still going. I don't want to change the name just yet, but I will definitely do so. But it's most likely going to be in the configure. Also, if you look in the NSI, which is the setup for changing the name in Windows and things like that. Yeah, it's definitely going to be in there. Okay, how are we doing? So I'm tempted to just start anyway. Let's give it a go. Oh, my bad. All right, so we're going to SSH in here. And then we're going to make. We don't need to make, sorry. We're going to, there you go, you see Livecoin D. So let's just fire up Livecoin D. And that should be all we need to do. Okay, so what we can do here, I know it's at the bottom, sorry guys, it's kind of annoying. So go to your root directory, and then you want to go to vim.livecoin. And you'll see this stuff in there, and we just want to create a new folder called livecoin.conf. Similar to how we did before. And here we can add a node of, and we need to get our host URL. Now host URL is slightly different. I'm just going to look at my notes for this one. So the way that you do host URLs in host URLs in Vagrant, there is a way to get it. I just find host IP. I think you do root net. Okay, so let's just save that for the moment. So it's 10.0.2.2. So the command, the command to do that is root flag capital A inet, and that will give you the gateway, which is what you want. So 10.0.2.0, and again the port is 9191. We don't need to add the port for this one, but we can do. So we're going to do daemon equals 1 because that's what we're doing, and we can do server equals 1 as well. We don't care about RPC password on this one. Okay, so let's just go back to Livecoin source, and we'll do Livecoin D. Now if we do Livecoin CLI, get info. So get info was wrong, sorry, let's do get network info. We can see how many connections we have. We currently have 0. So let's start this one off. And we'll see how many connections we have here. One connection. So now we've got one connection, so they're connected to each other. Let's just check again here. Again, one connection. So the network is started now. So the network is now live. Okay, so what can we do? Now that the network's live, you'll see we don't have any blocks though, so we do get blockchain info. Sorry about that, it's at the bottom of the screen. But there's 0 blocks, 0 headers, and it is the main chain. So what do we need to do next? Now we need to mine some blocks. So how do we do that? Well, you can have mining equipment that does that and you connect nodes, but that's out of the scope for this tutorial. We'll talk more about setting up a mining pool later on, I think. But for this one, instead, what we're going to do is we're going to discuss how to mine internally. Say you want to do a pre-mine or something like that. So how do we do it? Well, luckily, if we have a look at the help command, and the help command is very good. It's an RPC command that basically tells you things within the wallet that you can do. Now, I believe, unless they got rid of it, there's a way to generate blocks in here. Now, if they have got rid of it, then I'll have to figure another way out how to mine blocks. But I believe you can just do set generate true. It might no longer exist, which would be very awkward. In which case we'd have to... Okay, yeah, we can generate blocks. Perfect. So we'll generate some blocks, and we can probably do it on the side. Okay, so let's do live.gla. I just want to see if set generate true still exists. I don't think it does. No. So we can do generate 1. Okay, I don't think it found a block, but let's have a little look. Sorry, just getting my notes up again. So we probably want to create a script to do this, because that was correct. Let's do source. So we want to keep doing this until we find some blocks. So I'm just going to get rid of this screen here. Okay, so let's create a script. So we're going to call it mine.sh. And we just want to do source. And I'm just going to echo here. So if we do shmine.sh, we're starting to mine. So you see this output just come, and this is basically us mining. You'll see the CPU usage has ramped up a little bit. And this should hopefully try to find a block every 10 minutes. It may or may not. But this is basically a very, very simple way of mining, and we're using the CPU to do it. So let's also do that here. We can get rid of this. And let's just write the same thing out here. Let's go here and do it. And we'll do Alright, and we'll try it here as well, and you should see my CPU increase some more. Yeah, so it's up to 40%. So this is basically us mining. Now it will take about 10 minutes to find a block, and we'll get our first rewards. So we will keep an eye out on that. Whilst we're doing that, I'm just going to put another window down here. But if we have a look at source, that's livecoin, CLI, get mining info. Current block weight, difficulty is 1. Tell us what our current hash rate. So hash per second is 0, it says. That's because our mining difficulty is 1, which isn't the easiest mining difficulty. We could reduce the difficulty down if we wanted to, but I think for the moment we're going to keep it quite difficult. So it could take some time based on this CPU, but the original Bitcoin miners were all CPU based as well. So it should rate roughly around 10 minutes if we're lucky. It could take longer than that though. We might need a better miner. I'm just going to check the difficulty 1. So I have no idea what our mega hash is. Let's have a look. Sorry, star 256. Yeah, I'm not too sure how many hashes per second. This is one of the issues with doing this like this. It's very, it's going to be a little bit slow, but as you'll see when we fork this, and we'll change the difficulty down to be slightly easier on these coins as well. And we'll do that in the next session. You'll see that it's going to be slightly easier to start off. But hopefully this should take about 10 minutes, maybe slightly less on modern CPUs, but we can have a look and see. And we're still on the first block, I believe. So yeah, so it's going to take some time. which is fine. It would be nice to find out how many hashes per second get though. So let's just have a look. Alright, just found a graph which should hopefully give a little indication about what our hash rate is. So it should be around 10 mega hashes a second, if I'm reading this correctly. I could be wrong, of course. And it did take us a long time to find the Genesis hash, so I would expect similar performance to that. But who knows? We may have to find out until session 4 when we change the hashing algorithm to see how it works. But in the meantime, let's just give it some time and find out, because it hasn't been 10 minutes yet. We may find a block at some point. As you can see, it's just apparently producing these empty parentheses. So, changing the reward structure and restarting the chain is what I want to talk to you a little bit about after this. So we have already discussed about restarting the chain. That was when you just deleted the files. Now you need to do that for every node you own, and you'll do it a couple of times when you're theorizing and stuff like that. And one of the times you might want to do that is if you want to change the reward structure. Let's say you want to give yourself a bunch more rewards at the beginning than you do at the end or whatever, and that's fine. You can do that when you're practicing around with numbers and stuff. You might want to change things. So how do we do that? So first of all, we need to change our proof of work subsidy. Believe it or not, it's actually not in proof of work, which I found always quite interesting. And it used to be in something called main, but it's not anymore, so we're going to have to look for it. So one way to look for it is times coin. I think it's in validation.cpp. Yeah, that's where it is. So let's have a look. So let's just search again for coin. Okay, so this is it. So this is where our block subsidy is. It basically calculates the height and does that with the halving interval, which is every so often. Now we can change this in our consensus parameters, and consensus parameters are based in the same place as the chain parameters. Or we can just set our own thing. So we could change the block reward to be like this. So we can do if n height is greater than 0. And you can just set it arbitrarily. Or we can do if n height is greater than 100. So you can just say the first 100. Because this is a C++, let's make sure we've got the correct parentheses. Sorry about that. And you don't have to half it if you don't want it. You can do whatever you want. That's the beautiful thing about it. If you come up with a really cool idea of how you do block rewards, you could do, I don't know, a random reward on every block, which is even more interesting. So the sky's the limit of what you want to do. You can have any sort of coin you want. If you've got an idea for one, this is where you would change the subsidy. So let's put it back to how it was before. I wanted to show you how that worked with regards to mining, but the mining might take some time. So this might be a thing where I have to show you tomorrow how the mining went. Because the difficulty is 1, usually you should start with a difficulty that's kind of lower than 1. It kind of helps sometimes. But we shall see. Again, it's not yet been 10 minutes. Problem is that the CPU is not the greatest. So I'm just going to try it, just because I want you guys to see some results. Of course, it could go very wrong. But who knows? Let's find out. So I think if we do pow.h get next work, check proof of work. This is an okay place to do it. Now what I can do is I can just return true, which will work on this, but it's not really the right idea. But it's a way of getting the blocks working fine. What I'd like to do is change the difficulty to make it just a little bit easier. Let me just have a little check. Again, this is where forking Litecoin may be slightly easier. Alright, we'll go to power work. Alright, so Litecoin's just gotten some adjustments here for proof of work. Just let's have a look at the chain parameters. It's probably the best place to check. And we'll check here. Litecoin might even be bits. But again, this is kind of about the scope for this tutorial. I didn't really want to get into this one too much. Just the issue can sometimes be when mining. But we will change that out to be something a little bit easier. Alright, let me just check the bits. Alright, let's try it like this. That may be slightly easier. And we're going to change the rule change activation threshold to 6048 as well. And minor confirmation window also going to change to 8. So 64. Just to make things just a little bit easier. Because otherwise I don't think we're going to find anything. Let's just do a make. And we can increase the halving interval or decrease it, but we're just going to leave it for the moment. Okay. Now then let's stop the mining because I don't think we're going to find it. And let's put this down here as well. In fact, we're just going to yeah, so because we changed the bits, it changed our Genesis block, which was bound to happen, which is a bit of a shame. So we may have to retrain it anyway and have a look. So if that's the case, what I might quickly do is see if we can find a Genesis block kind of easier task than we did before. But we've changed the bits. I mean, I might just change them back because if we're gonna be changing the algorithm anyway tomorrow, and you'll see that it makes things a little bit easier. But give it a go. So let's go back to our Genesis block here. Okay, so we're going to change the bits to, what do we change it to? This. So I just want to double check this. Alright, yep, that should work. Alright, so let's see if it finds one quicker. It looks like it's going to take the same amount of time. Okay, so that you can see we found one much quicker this time because we reduced the bits. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to commit this. Yep. Commit. Reduce. Actually, let's add our Genesis block. Sorry about that. So this is our Genesis block now, and you can see that that was much quicker. I'll make sure to commit this code as well. The Merkle hash is 0BDA. Yep, perfect. Okay. And of course, we want to make it and check it before I do commit. It's always very, very important. But hopefully this should make things a little bit easier. And we can just mine some blocks from the get-go. Okay, so I don't know why that is complaining. Let's just do a printf, shall we? And it could easily be because the hash does not fit under... Fine, actually. A bit strange. Oh, let's yeah, interesting. It looks like... I'm unsure. Could be something to do with the bits. Oh, it's because I've got the wrong nonsense. Sorry, that's completely my mistake. So the nonce is we had it as 30778. It's always good to double check these. So you see it was a lot easier to find it this time. Again, let's try again. Yeah. Sorry, my bad, everybody. And we're going to get the same issue we had before, where it's going to complain. So this is basically, as I said, we're going to do reset the chain. It's just in a bit of a janky way, so sorry about that. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so that is working. Let's just remove that data file. Go back to okay, so we're remaking the Genesis block with a new difficulty. Let's just have a look and see if this works. Okay, well, we got a seg fault, which is interesting. This time I'm not too sure why. So maybe changing the difficulty wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. Just double check all of this stuff. Maybe it's because this is... There's just errors in the block header, failed to read block. So I wonder what that could be. It could be a number of things. Yep, I'm not too sure why this is happening. It's kind of annoying, and I'm sorry about it. I guess it really didn't like me changing the difficulty too much. So what we'll do is we'll just change this back for the moment, and we'll go with something just a little bit easier, I think. We'll do 1E. Let's try that. We'll see how long this one takes here to get this Genesis block. Alright, so that was a little bit easier. Let's try this one. I'm hoping that this is also fine. It may be that we need to change the difficulty throughout. In that case, I'll again have to sort of update us on that one. So we change the difficulty to this. And this isn't such a big change as before. And this is the nonce. So you can see what a difference the difficulty makes. We haven't put the actual hash in, have we? A1A. Yeah, we did. Perfect. CBD. Yep. So let's see if this one works. No, it hasn't. So it's probably something to do with the difficulty being calculated elsewhere. I'm not too sure why, but I'll figure that one out. Let's just make sure that this script, everything is right. What we could do here is we can do value of this as well, just to make sure that this is also correct. Because it could be that the value's changed or something like that. But no, it seems like everything's right. For some reason, it just seems like this is wrong. And most likely what that means is, well, we can have a look. So it's good that this has happened because it kind of gives an example of what could actually go wrong. We've got errors in block header, failed to read block. So this is how I would debug this. So the first thing we want to do is we just want to grep it. Just want to find out where in the code this is going wrong, and it's read block from disk is basically the main position, but we want to find out why, because we like our new bits. It makes things a little bit easier, and we're going to be able to mine much easier as well. Okay, so we didn't get any indication there, and that's probably because it's using a file. So it could be invalidation.cpp, but we want to find out where the function is, read block from disk. So it's invalidation.h. Let's have a look. And CPP. So says our check proof of work basically is incorrect. So let's have a look at check proof of work. And that is in our power.cpp. So it's probably an issue we've got here. Excuse me. Power.cpp. Okay, so check proof of work. So it's either in this part or in this part. So let's just do a good old classic. Let's see if this works. And this will basically tell us where the issue is. Now I think it's in the check range is off. It's the power limit. We haven't changed our power limit, which is most likely the case. Sorry. Aha, so we never made it here. So I believe it's because params.powerLimit is lower than we want it to be. And that's an easy enough fix. So let's go to chain params. And we can do consensus. Or... Okay, so this is our power limit. So let's see what we want it to be. So we just need to get rid of a couple of these things. So this basically states it needs to be 1. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the original target I had of 1EFF0. Let's just do Python. That one. Do this one. It was the best one. And the nonce here was 3076. Okay, so we changed the power limit. I wouldn't worry too much about this. This is just basically saying it has to be less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're back in chain params again. So let's add our values back. So that's how I would debug it. I'd look to see in the error, the debug file where it went wrong, and make the adjustments accordingly. All right, we got the Genesis hash here. So it's not too difficult, this one. But it's difficult enough. So we should be able to get some blocks mined now. So a couple of bugs, but hopefully you learn how to solve said bugs when you run into them. It's always good. It's very well logged. And if you do add your own code into this sort of stuff, make sure you log it. So you can see where things go wrong. Because whilst debuggers are great, usually when I work with command line, logging sometimes is just much more useful. And you have that log forever. Okay, so let's make it again. What we're going to do is, well, we don't need to delete everything. I need to go back in there and set the correct, pardon me, I need to set the correct configuration, and I'll show you how to change everything without deleting that entire folder. Okay, so we got the Genesis blocks again because I didn't correctly update it. For some reason. I know what I did. I forgot to put the 0x. Let's try again. I'm getting excited. It's quite exciting to have a really low difficulty algorithm, because I just want to kind of show the different going on here. There's something else is not working. I know what it is, because the bits are wrong. Sorry, I'm getting too excited. Let's try it now. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, perfect. Right, so let's commit this. We're pushing that up, and here we're going to just pull it down, and we're going to make it. Now, I do need to delete the... So I need to reset the chain here. So I'll show you how to do that. Sorry, it's been a bit of a spaghetti session, this one. It's just a little bit difficult when you're relying on building and stuff. Let's go to Cool, and do add node equals 127.0.0.1 929292 daemon equals 1, or daemon, not map daemon. Server equals 1. Daemon equals 1, server equals 1. Good, okay. Okay, so we're here. Let's just get rid of it. Oh, we'll keep that there. Okay, so now we need to reset the chain here, because if we go source, because we've got a complete new Genesis block. So how do we do that? Let's just go back to the directory. We go cd.livecoin, because that's where it is in Unix. And we want to just rmrf ban list, blocks, chain state, debug. We'll keep the, get rid of that, and we'll get rid of the wallets as well. Now we just want to keep the configuration, because we don't need to rewrite that again. Let's go back to livecoin. We've remade this. So source / livecoin d. There we go. And here, so let's have a look. Go to the top here. Get network info. Connection 0. Not very good. Connection 0. Okay, let's do this again. Sometimes it just happens, I guess. Okay, so now we've got a connection. So sometimes just fiddling around, and it's a little bit difficult when you work with there we go, we're connected. It's a little bit difficult when you work with Vagrant sometimes. It will get easier when we actually fire up our own node. But for the meantime, let's start mining again, shall we? So shmine.sh. And you see now we're already getting some blocks in. And this is mining as well. So we're all getting blocks. Great. So we check. Okay, so livecoin CLI. Get wallet info, and you'll see we're mining blocks very, very quickly because of our difficulty, which doesn't adjust for like 3 point something days. You'll see it's slowly going to adjust, but normally like a lot of newer coins will adjust instantly to make up for this, but it's meant to be every 2.5 minutes. It's slightly off on that one. Hopefully it will adjust, but we'll see. But you'll see these are both mining now coins like crazy. It is getting slightly harder. When we go into like a new algorithm, we'll try and increase the time it takes. But if you have a look here, you'll see we've got a total of, well, quite a few coins in there. Get blockchain info. You'll see we have mined a total of 177 blocks, so it's working very quickly. What's going to happen is it will mine the blocks, and this is very similar to how a pre-mine would work, but it's going to mine quite a lot of blocks until we get to the target time span of how many blocks it needs to be. And once we do reach those blocks, it will then adjust its difficulty, and it's going to be a lot harder to mine the blocks after this. So we'll leave that for a little bit of time. And what we do is afterwards we can just tear down the network. But this is just a good way to test it. You'll see the blocks of spacing hopefully getting further and further apart, even though a bunch of them just come in. And this is one of the issues with having a much simpler difficulty. You're just going to get loads of blocks, and it's not going to be the same with the network. So you can see where the 10 minutes really encourages the network to move a lot slower. But the difficulty should update. Let's just have a look and see what the difficulty currently is. So I get mining info. So the difficulty is still very, very low. You see my hashes per second at the moment. Oh, the network hash per second is around 2 mega hashes. 2.7. And the difficulty will adjust at some point. But initially, these blocks are going to come through. But when you just start out, it's really nice. You get a load of blocks because the difficulty is not yet adjusted. Some newer coins tend to adjust the difficulty every one block. And that's just so that you can, you know, some people just don't mine loads like this at the moment. When we look at like the algorithm like scripts, it's a little bit harder, so it will take more time to mine, whereas SHA-256 is very, very easy. So this is why on an easy difficulty, we're just producing loads of blocks very similarly. Hopefully after some time this will catch up and start to slow down a bit. So we've got about 14,000 coins at the moment, which is quite nice. And remember, we can send these to one another. I won't do it at the moment because we are mining. In fact, let's do it. Let's just stop mining on this one. Let's do 5 coins. So we're just getting a new address. Okay. And let's get info as well. Wallet info. So we got a load of mature blocks. And as this mine throughs, they'll become mature. So this is just about the amount of time it takes for a block to become considered valid, which is usually 100 blocks. So basically, you know, in case anybody starts messing around with the blockchain or does a 51% attack, they could create blocks themselves, spend those blocks, and go back. This just prevents that from happening. Okay, so we got 14,950, I think is the total. I want it to go down to be fully confirmed balance so we can sort of see. So what's happening is because we're actually mining this very quickly, when we do hit that threshold of when we need to start checking what blocks we're going to be at, it's actually going to hit very, very slow. It's going to slow down massively. And that's as the network tries to figure itself out and the law of averages and stuff. But yeah, we've created a lot of blocks very quickly because the difficulty was set so low. So I wouldn't set this in a live network, but this is just a way of testing this to sort of show you guys how it works. Okay. So yeah, we got 49.50. Let's give ourselves a... Yeah, we'll send ourselves some coins. So just paste in the address earlier, and we'll just sell... What did I have? 14,950. Let's do 1,050. Just round that up. Alright, cool. So that's the network ID. And it's been written now. There we go. 1460. Or 1600. 16,000 even. Sorry, my bad. Large numbers. I'm better at e-notation. So that's it. We've got our network running. We're mining some blocks. I showed you how to change the reward system. We didn't change it though in the end because I want to get this. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for today's session. So tomorrow, what we're going to discuss. Let me just get my notes up. So tomorrow we're going to add a pre-mine. Very different from that, and we're going to also change the hashing algorithm. So it's going to be a very short session tomorrow. I wanted it to be a little bit longer, but we kind of touched a little bit on things that we're doing in today, such as changing pre-mine and also changing the difficulty and stuff. But we'll change the hashing algorithm and put in a new one in there. I think we'll use something like NeoScript, which kind of showcases how we're going to add the code into the project and things like that. So it's going to be quite good. So it's a little bit more meaty on the coding tomorrow. We'll change the hashing algorithm, add in the pre-mine, although pre-mine is pretty easy. It's just the same as changing the reward structure, but we'll do that. And of course, we'll reset the chain as well. So thanks so much for watching, guys. For all your fathers out there, have a happy Father's Day. And I shall see you tomorrow. For own cryptocurrency and C++ proof of work. This is session 4. And today we're going to be changing the hashing algorithm of our coin. And adding in a pre-mine. So just to recap on where we got to so far, we've forked our own coin, renamed everything inside of it. We built all the various wallets and deals that we need to do. We've customized the chain parameters to fit. We've changed the magic number, changed the block spacing, changed the address prefix, created our own Genesis block, changed the ports and things like that. mine some initial blocks, changed the difficulty yesterday as well, and we managed to run it locally. So what are we going to do today? We're going to change our hashing algorithm. So we're going to change it from SHA-256 to something else. Now, there are various different hashing algorithms out there, but I think the one I'm going to use is called NeoScript. So NeoScript, it's meant to be an ASIC resistant algorithm. I'm believing that it's probably not ASIC resistant anymore, but it's a reasonably nice algorithm. It's very simple to change, so let's just get the source code for that. Okay, so I'll put the link in the description of where I got the NeoScript source code. Now, I want to try and make sure I do link going on. Okay. And I'll drag this over here. Okay. This is the NeoScript source code, so we're just going to download this, we'll clone it, and go up one and do that. Go, we'll clone that there. This is it. We only care about the neoscript.h and neoscript.c. There we go. So let's just copy it from there. Okay. We're going to copy neoscript.h and neoscript.c, but we'll do them one at a time, into Litecoin source. We'll just jump in the source for the moment. You can tidy this up if you want to. It doesn't make too much difference for the moment. Now what we need to do is we need to make sure our compiler knows about it. So we're going to our makefile.am and we'll scroll down. So we can have the neoscript.h probably in the Bitcoin Core H. So that's probably the best place for it. Oh, let me make sure I spell that correctly, because it went like that. And then where else do we want it? Is it a server source? Utilities, or is it crypto? Now, I do think it might be slightly to do with crypto. You know what we could do just to be even better about it, because yeah, we'll be a little bit more tidy. So I'm going to move it out of here. Okay, here they are. We're going to move them out of there. We're going to put them into the crypto library because that makes sense. Let's do that. So into /crypto. Okay, and we'll do the same for this as well. There we go. Now if we go to crypto. Sorry, my computer's doing stuff at the moment. I'm not too sure what it's, but it's taking up a lot of. It's definitely doing something. A bunch of NG works and that. So my CPU is a little bit off. And actually, I have a trick to talk to you about as well. I forgot to show you it so far, which is awful of me. But it's just to make things, because we do a lot of compiling. If you've got multiple cores on your computer, this should make things a little bit easier. Now, this might not work, and the reason for that is because we're using a C file. This was probably one of the reasons why I wanted to add it into just the main source, but we'll give that a go anyway. So, okay, we had neoscript.h, let's get that out of there. Okay, so if you type in make and you put J here, that's the number of concurrent jobs it'll do at a time. Now, normally I would do 8, but my CPU is going a little bit crazy, so I'm just going to do 4 at the moment. And I'll show you how to do that in Vagrant because we need to change the cores. But this just does 4 concurrent jobs at a time, so it ends up being a lot faster to build. So it's just a little tip when you've got a multi-core system. about that. Okay, so we've built this up, and we've got our new code in there, which is great. So now what we need to do is we need to change the hashing algorithm. So I believe it's in proof of work. It might not be though anymore, which does make sense. The check proof of work is probably a good place to do it. If I've got time, I'll talk about how to set up LLDB as well. Okay, so this just checks the target. It doesn't actually check the hashing algorithm. So the hashing algorithm is... Now let's have a grep for... See if we can find out where it will be. Looks like that's going to be a bit too much. See, I do know where it is in some places. It's probably in validation, actually. So normally it's in main in a lot of older coins, but because Bitcoin's a lot newer, it's most likely going to be in main. Could be in block as well. Block's also a pretty good place it might be in. We can find out though by looking at what ports are. So let's go to primitives and have a look in block. Okay, so serialize hash. That's probably the one we're looking for. So, have a look. So, we need to find where serialized hash is. And it's probably in hash.h, looking at it. So let's go to hash.h. Okay. Oh. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, we just found it in there as well. Now, because the transactions are hashed, we technically do not want those transactions to be hashed in a different way. We probably still want them to be SHA-256. So let's go to our block.cpp and let's just change the hashing algorithm on block. I think that's probably the best place to do it. Rather than serializing hash, we can just click that out. And what we'll do is we'll just do hash include crypto / neoscript .h. So we're going to return neoscript. Let's get this up in another window so I can see this properly. Neoscript.h. Okay, so we're just going to do neoscript, and we're going to have an output, and inside it. I'm just going to get some notes up here because I do have some notes as well. Also, grep bar neoscript. Check my notes. So, okay, get hash. So what we want to do is let's do this all above here actually. int256 hash unsigned. And I wouldn't worry too much about this. This is just what we're going to do in neoscript. Alright, let's try that out. Now, this might work, might not work. I'm not 100% confident that it will work, but we'll see. We'll see. New for me as well. I thought I'd not practiced beforehand. I just want to make sure we've got. Sorry, my bad. Just want to make sure we've got everything here. Power. Hash. It should just work absolutely fine. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't work. Alright, so we've not got any power hash. Let's give it a go. We use our new technique as well to make them run in parallel. So the only issue with this is sometimes if you've got something that's not building and you're okay with it not building, like the Qt wallet sometimes, what's it called, making jobs. If one job fails, it cancels all the jobs, so sometimes you need to run sequentially. It's just a heads up if like something's not building that you're expecting it to build and you're doing concurrent jobs, make sure you run it, well, try running it, you know, just with standard make. Okay, so this should crash. It did crash, good. So that means our hashing has definitely changed. So let's see if we can recalculate our Genesis block, shall we? Now the only difficulty I do have is that because we're using NeoScript, I want to find again a proof of work that is correct. So okay, we're going to try again. I know we've tried this a couple of times and it's not worked, but this time we're going to, I think I'm pretty comfortable that we're going to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to try again to generate this internally because it's so useful. Okay, for Genesis, okay, Genesis get hash. Okay, I think if we check, we can do Genesis. Alright, we know it's Genesis.nnonce plus, right? We know that for a fact. And that is the infinite loop we need. And we're just using printfs. Right, new Genesis block. But I want to get it done because I do use it on other coins and it's so useful. Alright, so the new Genesis block is okay. Just try this. Okay, so we can't just do Genesis get hash. The difficulty is really low, so if it doesn't find something very shortly, then I know something's up. Still, it's that power limit. It could be less than. Okay, let's have a look at pow.cpp. Because pow.cpp, they check it. Yeah. BN target, right? So let's try it. Now, okay, it's the hash is what? Greater than? Alright, so hash has to be less than. Okay, well, the Genesis hash is less than the power limit, or we can do, well, the power limit is greater than genesis get hash. Let's try that. Obviously we'll do consensus.power limit. And let's just set this to be 0. Okay, so where do we get uint to arithmetic from? That's where we get it from. Didn't seem to like that, did it? I guess we can do uint to arithmetic for the hash as well. Let's try that. If this doesn't work with this, we'll find another way. There is definitely a way to do this, and I want to get it done because it's a cool way of doing it. It's just I haven't done it with this version of Bitcoin. But we're going to figure it out together. Okay, let's have a look. Alright, so I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right at all. Try that. Yeah, so it's when the oops. Yeah, the proof of work limit when it's less than that. So yeah, that definitely makes sense. Now, what would be nice if we had some sort of logging in here, so we can see sort of how many nonces we've gone up to. So let's just start to put that in. Okay. We'll just do modulus 1000. This way we can just restart from know what the is when we restart it. Okay, make it again. Now I'm just gonna, whilst we're leaving this running, I'm gonna just check some of the stuff. Because I believe, maybe I've got it wrong again, who knows. Well, it's definitely doing it. So we shall see. Now, whilst that's running, I'm just going to check. So I think we'll leave this running like this for a while. I have a feeling it should be fine. Because now we're logging out where our progress is, we can kind of see what's going on. So we know that we've done a few 100,000 hashes. Or what we can do is we can just really lower that difficulty and test it again. See if that's easy. Well, we got the difficulty currently at this. Now if we add a few extra Fs there, that will make it a little bit easier. So I just want to try that out. Let's replace that with an F, replace that with an F, and replace that with an F. Now, that makes things a lot easier. Let's see if it works. Oh, we found it already, so we don't need to do that. Okay, so what did we get to? This is the new Genesis block, same Merkle root. And nonce was 58. There we go, so it's just a bit of patience. But the great news is we managed to do it. Now if we delete this. I'm going to make this again. Now the only thing we have to do is we have to reset the chain, which we should be getting quite familiar with how we're doing that now. So I'm going to just commit this. Add these to our Git directory. I don't want to add the minor. I'm going to leave that up to you guys to write because it's not part of the code. Okay, git commit. Now, why did I choose NeoScript? Just in case anybody was wondering. It's just a simple it's just an algorithm that's a quite commonly used one, and it's reasonably simple to use compared to other algorithms. It's very easy to set up, as you saw. So there's no real reason to use it. Not any more secure than SHA-256. It's definitely more ASIC resistant, but I reckon they've got ASICs out there for NeoScript coins these days. Some really interesting coins to look at, like X16R. But we you know, it's a little bit more intense to implement because they use previous blocks to help the hashing algorithm. And in this case, that's a pretty big code change, so we don't want to do that. This is just to try and give you a bit of an introduction on how you would change the algorithm. Okay. So now that we've got that done and we've got that created, let's just push it. How do I delete a tag? Standard D, okay. Quite annoying it is. Okay, so I was going to show you also how to add different cores to your Vagrant machine. So first of all, we want to go here. So we can go here, vp.cpus. Leave it CPUs. And you can do 2. Let's say that would give you 2 cores. And you do Vagrant up. If you've already got it up, you use Vagrant reload. And we need to reset the chain whilst that is loading up. So let's go to where we would reset the chain, which is again on macOS library, application support, and Livecoin. Okay, so here we are. We just want to remove basically everything here: blocks, chain state, debug.log, fee estimates.dat. We don't want to remove livecoin.conf because that's got our configuration that we've set up, and we just want to keep that using. Otherwise, we just blitz this whole file. Perfect. And once this is done, we can log in and do the same for here. So vagrant SSH. Here we go. Let's move out of there. Well, actually, you know, we want to go into there. We want to get core origin master. Let's just update this. Perfect. Okay, now we want to go here and cd into livecoin. That's our RF ban list. Blocks. Change state of database. Basically everything apart from the configuration. Might be easier to just move the configuration out of here. Alright, good stuff. Okay, so let's start them up. Now, I remember there was some sort of issue with that. Did we make? We didn't make it, I think. Okay, let's do the make again. And because we gave ourselves 2 cores, we'll make sure we use those cores up. Yeah, so this is where it becomes a bit of an issue. Now, this is what I was worried about. This is to do with NeoScript. So for some reason, it's basically because you're recompiling with fpic and stuff like that. Now, I get over this quite simply by just changing NeoScript to be a C++ file. It's the easiest way. Otherwise, you know, I mean, there is probably a better way to do that. If you're good with compilers, you can fix it out. This is the easiest way I know of doing it. So let's move that. UTP. Yes. Okay, so that's number 1. And neoscript.h. What we do here is I think that is fine. Don't do the if C++. We just have extern C because we are C++. Okay. And then in C script C++, they should have somewhere they've renamed bool or they've redefined bool. But probably not in the one I'm looking at. Let's just try that. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. Yeah, this is just a bit of an issue sometimes with importing C files. I guess. Okay, so what we can also do is do if not def and neoscript _h. Let's just do that as well. That's also important. Let's try this. Yep, and we need to change our makefile again. So I'm glad this did kind of happen. It just shows you sometimes things like this don't go very smoothly, and if you get it, sometimes the best thing is just to make sure everything is uniform. And because this isn't a C++ file, it causes just a little bit of an issue, and it would take... Alright, so what we're going to do here, we're going to do a make clean. A bit annoying. And then we're going to do a make J4. So this is where we get to see that parallelization and going. Could have probably done a make J5 maybe here actually, not using all my CPU. But it definitely speeds up building, which is nice. I should probably overclock my processor. Okay, so we do have a issue here. And I've faced this issue before, so all we're going to do is just search for neoscript.c. And there's basically some artifacts that are being hesitant to change. So here we go, we can see them here. So lib, live, crypto, they're just the PA files and PLO files. So let's get rid of that. And problem is neoscript.cpp also matches neoscript.c. There we go. So the PLO files don't exist. Probably not a good thing. But we can see how that works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah, 5 is probably good. Getting around 80% CPU. It's nice and fast, you can see. So it looks like we might be okay. Yeah, taking a little bit of time. What we can do, because I'm pretty confident that it's okay. Let's have a go. Okay, let's have a look at Vagrant and pull that down. Let's reset. And we'll make as well with 2 jobs. We only have 2 jobs here. So hopefully, okay. So we got some other issues here, which is fine. Have a look what these are. I have no idea what this is. Something different. Alright, so I do have notes on this one. I thought I could get it going without them. So let's have a look. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're just going to So there's a lot of code we don't actually need here. Let's just get rid of all of this. Okay. Question. Let's go. All right. So here's. Maybe we can just paste in here, and we'll go to the CPP as well. May as well just fix that up. There's NeoScript here. This is just another project I've got with a NeoScript coin that was facing the exact same issues. So let's do that. We'll go up here, delete all of that, paste that in there, and there we go. Let's try this. Hopefully we don't get some more issues. So we're still getting some issue, which is kind of interesting. I'm not sure what's happened here that's causing this. So let's just do a make clean. I wonder what happens if I move it out of crypto. So I've not seen this issue before. Hopefully we can figure out why it's doing that. Excuse me. Alright, so let's change the makefile.am. And we'll just go to .h. Let me just have it in here. Because I'm conscious of time and I want to get this working. Sometimes things just don't want to work for you. Okay, let's just do neoscript.cpp. We've got block here, it should be fine. It's alright, yep, fine. We're going to add it to the primitives library. That's probably where it belongs. Block.h. Where's that? Right. Let's just try here, shall we? So let's get in there. Try it again. We're still getting errors. It's probably to do with something because we're including too many files. So if I get rid of just NeoScript altogether, let's make sure that that's still fine. So a little bit annoying. We might have to change it from NeoScript to something else, which isn't really what I wanted to do. But I would really like to show you a different working. For some reason, it's weird that it's working on Mac OS but not on Linux for a change. All right, let's have a look then. I'm sure we can get it working. It's just one of those things that is a bit of a pain. Now, it could be that we just remove this. Let's try that. I have a feeling that might help. It's a shame we got rid of NeoScript here. Let's get presets. Or git checkout. Far. .am. Let's try that. Still not happy there. So So it looks like we've got this issue already. I'm not too sure why. Kind of annoying, actually. So we could do a get bisect to figure this out. Let's do this. What I think it is something's got committed that shouldn't have been committed. So it might be a case that we just need to reconfigure, which can happen. Because this should be working at this stage. We've seen it work at this stage, so it's just probably an issue where I've committed something that I shouldn't have committed. Which does happen. It's kind of annoying, but we'll figure it out. That looks a lot better. It is a lot better. So yeah, so something's been committed. We can figure that out and try to resolve it. Luckily, there's not anything done at this stage. Did I make any changes here? So we could have used the most up-to-date NeoScript, but it's fine. So this is going to build everything now. We can probably go ahead and stop that. So we can check out master, get the status. Let's just reset this. Get rid of the NeoScripts that we moved, but we've still got NeoScripts. So we're going to make clean. And it's basically something that's been committed, but what I'll do is I'll double check has been committed in this, and then I'll update it and fix it so we can run it a little easier. This is why Docker also helps as well. If we run out of time, I mean, I can quickly explain the pre-mine in a bit. Okay, let's do configure again. There we go. Okay, and let's make. Okay, so we got the same issue as we had before, which is great in my opinion. know what? I don't want to do all this. I just. Right. Try again. Let's try to configure again. So there's a bit of a back and forward, probably because we've got stuff that we omitted. So it is a little bit annoying, but hopefully we'll get through it. And you know, if you're going around changing stuff like this, you would definitely encounter these problems as well. Okay, that looks a lot better. So let's just do this with a make j of 2. And we can have a look here. Alright. So the next thing is if we want to change a pre-mine. Ideally, I like to get some of this mining. Good. Yeah, I'd like to show some mining before we move on. Now, you can mine solo. I wouldn't recommend it, but you definitely can do it. But we don't need to mine just yet. Let's have a look at making a pre-mine then. Okay, so if you remember, we changed the mining rewards. Subsidy. This is in validation.c++. So we changed the mining rewards. Well, we didn't even change it. And that makes sense. But what if we want to add, say, a pre-mine? So what we can do here is if n height is less than 100, and we can just see amount and subsidy. Let's say we want to do a pre-mine of 100,000. We can just do that. Let's do 10,000. We don't want to be too tricky. 100,000 much. And what we can do is we can also do it between 5. Let's do it between 10. So we want to do 100,000. So we do 10,000 times coin for 10. And that's how we basically have a pre-mine. It gives us 10 coins basically, or 10 blocks where you get a very high reward, and you just mine that reward. You can even do it if you want just one block, and you do it the full amount. I like to do it with a number of blocks because it just makes the network that little bit more secure. So once this is up and running, again, we have to make this on our side, so let's do that. So we'll make all the blocks. Okay, let's commit this as well. Alright, so we added in a pre-mine. It's still taking some time to build, which is annoying. I'm just going to have a look on GitHub quickly. No, yep. I will look on GitHub in a bit. So yeah, this has got to rebuild everything, which we seem to have not done. So it looks like things have been stored somewhere slightly different on this one, which is kind of annoying. But we can probably figure that one out again. We just need to grep for this. So whilst we're here, we can do it in here. Right, so it's this thing. Yeah, I'm having some issues with this, which is a little annoying, but it does happen. Let's see, we've still got this issue, which we might still do. I just want to prep it again. But again, it's still a bit of a back and forth, but it does add up to the time. So, yes, if you do intend to fork a coin for somebody and they want some custom parameters, things like this, do give yourself a bit of time to make sure you do it. Alright, so this looks a lot better this time. But it looks like we're back onto this. So now I do want to get the... we still got some time actually. No rush. Just wondering what else there is I can show you during this time, because it's slightly boring watching it go. We could talk a little bit about opcodes if you want. Basically, so Bitcoin has a very low-level language built inside of it, and you use opcodes for that language. So you can do addition, multiplication, hashing, division if you want to. There's a lot you can do with it. Minor class, where we create new blocks and things like that. Whilst it has a minor class, it's not really... People don't usually mine coins inside the actual class anymore. You see Livecoin TX came out. Okay, so this looks very much more positive here. Looks like we will have this working. So it's just a case of deleting some artifacts and things like that, which does happen, especially when you name something as a C file and then rename it as a CPP file. It gets a little bit messy. So like my recommendation would be always just try and keep within a C++ file. You don't need to mix and match different C files with C++ files. Makes things a little bit more difficult and a bit unmanageable. Alright, because I'm impatient, I believe we can start this anyway. Oh, no, not yet. For some reason we can't. Wonder why. Very strange. Okay, we got Livecoin TX, but we didn't get anything else. Again, this is probably because we're building concurrently. That kind of thing does happen from time to time. So we're almost there. Sorry about the time again. I mean, even with the trick, I should have increased the amount of cores on the virtual machine, really. I think 2 was a bit of a conservative one. If we'd had it about 3 or 4, it would have been a little bit quicker. But again, these things, you know, that's how it happens sometimes. So even with the additional compiling, it's sometimes just a little bit slow. What's interesting is that the Life1D has not been compiled. I was hoping that would have been compiled at this stage. I'm not sure why it hasn't. Just one of those things. Probably because I don't know actually. You don't know. But hopefully at some point we will get there. So while that's still going, I want to try and show something else, at least have a little talk about some stuff. I mean, hopefully this course is giving a bit of an understanding into it. And really, the greatest thing about the code base is you should just go and play in there and try to break things. Alright, cool. So, I'm going to find reference to NeoScript. I wonder why that is. Let's have a little look, shall we? Yep. So that should be fine. So /common is there, so I don't see why NeoScript is not happy. Very interesting. So let's have a look at the make file, shall we? So where is it complaining? It's complaining about liblive consensus A block O. So it's going to be libbitcoin consensus. So let's have a look and see what consensus is actually building out. So consensus, they do the primitives. Are they linking with crypto though? That's the real question. They do seem to link to crypto, so it's very strange. I just wonder if crypto/common is used elsewhere. That isn't, interestingly. So, yeah, I'm not too sure why that is also complaining, but let's have a little look and see if we can do something else about this. Undefined reference to so what we're going to do is we're just going to go to crypto.common.h. We may as well just add it in there. See how that one works. Now, okay. It certainly doesn't like that. Let's try. Let's see if this works or does not. Interesting. So these inline functions aren't very happy. And it's probably because we've got a lot of these already existing. So what we're going to do is, so our ROTL, we've got, let's get rid of it, and let's add it into the CPP, I think. This is just where we've got two things defined, which can happen. A little confusing that it did happen, but it does. Hopefully this will fix it up. Yeah, a bit of a long one. I wasn't expecting it to take as long, but I'm kind of glad it did, because it really gives a sort of clear indication of what can, again, go wrong. And a lot of things do go wrong. And you just, you got to take a deep breath and kind of work through and figure out. It's like any sort of software. C++ can be very, very unforgiving. So it's good that this stuff is sort of happening, even though, it can be kind of annoying, especially when you want to have a really nice, clean live stream go through. But that is the nature of live streaming. Sometimes it needs to be difficult. And hopefully if you ever encounter any of these problems, you now have a resource to show you how to deal with them. Because I did my university course in C++, a lot of this, especially when you're first starting out, is sort of gives you some of the worst effects, and you would spend 2, 3, 4 hours trying to figure out what error messages mean and how to work around them and things like that. So I'm kind of glad that I'm no longer in that phase with C++, and it's more of a state of trying to figure out what's wrong. And after a while, you've seen these things happen so many times that you know why this is going to happen, and you know that the best fix for this sometimes is that. And again, the internet is a great resource, so it's always worth looking at. So once this is finished, we can then start mining some blocks. And again, we will be in a really good position. Again, like I said, I could mine the blocks now, but I want to make sure that the Linux version is up and running. We'll add a commit to this as well. Let's just do that now. This looks more promising this time, definitely, despite everything that's going on. And if it doesn't work, I'll get it working itself and just push the upload. Looks like a lot of things being rebuilt, which is kind of worrying. That wasn't my intention last time. If we have a check, we can see that. Well, maybe we missed out on a lot of that stuff. Looks like it did because of this issue. So libraries are getting built, which is great. I'm confident. Confident it's going to work. Let's have a look, see if we've got anything being built yet. So, okay, looks like Livecoin D and Livecoin CLI are working. So let's just give them a go now. We've got the server starting. Looks like they did just build though, so I'm just going to stop it. Because I want to make sure I've got the latest and greatest. Does look like they have been rebuilt. We can just double check that. (22N). That's correct. Bring some GMT. Alright. Let's give this a go then. Livecoin D. And do that again here. Alright, just check the network info. Yes, we got a connection. Great. So let's mine, shall we? Now, interestingly, I'm wondering if mining is working. Both says they're starting to mine, but it doesn't look like they are mining. So looks like we might have an issue here, which is also fine. It's just we've got to find out what that issue is. Now, it might be a case that we have to rebuild everything and try to figure that one out. Let's have a look. Let's go to set generate, or find a crypt card generate. Okay, let's do that on source. Go to rbc/mining. let's get it how. We're just going to check the proof of work here. So this is going to get a bit noisy when we do this. Let's give that a go. Alright, let's stop the network. Or stop it on ours at least. And we can do live quantity again. It looks like we've got stuck in an infinite loop or something similar, which is worrying. Yeah, so it definitely looks like live quantity is stuck. Let's just kill that. Okay. Right, so for some reason our mining was a little bit caused a little bit of an issue, which is a little bit strange. But it looks like while n height is not equals to n height end. But we've added this, so let's give this a go. So we need to do a bit of debugging here. What we're going to do is we can have a little look at the debug log. Okay, so it is starting to mine. It's just a little bit slow, which is fine. Yep, fine. Let's try this again here, shall we? So you can see, because we changed the difficulty, it's probably not the correct difficulty for the algorithm, which is fine. But actually what's quite nice about this is we're going at a much more reasonable pace than we were doing with SHA, or SHA 256. So there wasn't really much need for me to worry too much then. Just, I wanted to make sure everything was working fine. So if we have a look at our network stats. So let's have a look here. You can see that we have got an immature balance of 1000, so we did find the first block, which is great. If we do get network info, see that we do have at least one connection. We have a look at get blockchain info. You can see what our chain work actually is. And that we actually have got 4 blocks. So it looks like maybe doing better. I don't know where the 4 blocks have come from, but we've definitely got them. This one seems to have only found 1 block. So let's have a look here. This one has found 3 blocks. So we found 3 blocks on this one, 1 block on that one, which is confusing because usually macOS tends to be better. But yeah. Okay, so we found 4 blocks here, we've only found 1 block here for some reason, but that seems to be fine. So that's it, we've started mining. The algorithm's a lot slower, as you can tell, but at the same time, it's not as silly as it was with SHA when we were just getting coins coming all over the place. So this is actually a pretty decent place to wrap this up. What I'll do is I will make sure, let's have a look, see what we got here. Let me just push this up for us. I don't think that is my password. I'm one of these people that uses LastPass type things, so I have no idea what any of my password is for anything. So I know it's very bright. Okay, let's try that. Oh, apparently I can't push it, so it's always interesting. I guess we'll try one more time, but I'm not too sure why it's not working. It's probably because I got 2-factor authentication. It's most likely the case. Okay, so what we'll just do is we're just going to have a look at the diff here. Get diff, yeah. Have a look at diff here. No, it wasn't in the config. Okay, yep, that should be fine. We added it to crypto/common. Let's go to crypto and /common, which is in common.h. So we just included it in here. And then in neoscript.h, we got rid of these 2. Right. Leftovers. And then we can just add them in here, just so that everything's nice and happy. Okay. Problematic finds. Oh no, we don't want to. I want to just get rid of the stuff that we had in POW. We put the logging in there, so I just want to get rid of that because we don't need it. Alright, so push that up. And you can see we are finding we found 2 blocks here. This one I believe has found quite a few actually. Well, let's make sure we got everything there. Oh yes, we need an if to find, not to find as well. Very important. C++. Include guards. You remember them. Alright. OK. So that's good up there. What we're going to do here is we're just going to pull this down as well. Annoyingly, we're probably going to have to I don't want to remove it just yet. So what we'll do is just cd into livecoin. GCO. Get check out master branch master 2. And we're just going to delete master. Git branch delete master. Git check out master. Alright, so I'm just going to pull everything from master down. There we go, and that's it. We'll just make it so that we're ready for next time. But that means for this time, here we go again already, huh? We'll just fix that up. So what we'll do is I'll just have this continue making. We're mining quite nicely now, and I'll get this ready and built so that we're good to go on the next round. So what are we going to do in the next session? The next session is we're going to actually start decent. And we're going to have it running live, basically. So how are we going to do that? Well, first of all, we're going to have a node running with our coin. Okay. So we're going to run the coin on a VPS, so we'll have an actual dedicated server to run this. We'll update the network seed so that anybody who's connecting will be able to connect to that node. And, you know, we can have it with some other nodes too. Maybe run 2 VPSs, that's probably going to be the right thing. Then we're going to update the network seeds and, yeah, launch the network. And then we'll just build some release wallets. And I'll do a release on GitHub so anybody can join and download if they want to. And they can start mining coins, which is great. Yeah, so in the meantime, I'll get this all working. So that we're good to go and everything, and then, you know, next thing we'll do is getting the network launched live. So if you guys want to participate in the network, that's going to be great. And then in the future we can do some additional things like building blockchain explorers and stuff over the top of it, which will be really cool. So thanks for watching. Sorry, it was a lot of building again in this tutorial. I understand it's really quite annoying at times, but thank you for bearing with me. I hope you enjoyed the session, and I'll see you next time. C++, proof of work. So this is the last session. So what are we going to be doing today? So today we're going to run our coin on a VPS. I've got 2 VPSs set up using a service called Aruba. We're going to then update our network seed. So I think we're going to do this beforehand because I do have the IP addresses already. And we're going to build the final wallet. So what we're going to do, well, we're going to launch the network as well. So, okay, so first of all, what we're going to do is we are going to update the network seeds. Now I've got my 2 VPSs up and running now, and I'm going to leave them running for a little bit of time, I think, just because they're reasonably decent servers. And they're very low cost as well. So we're going to update our code base with these seeds. So let's get started with that. Okay, so we want to open up our project, and we're going to go down to chain params again. So we spent a lot of time in here, so we're very familiar with it. Here we are. Now we want to go down to, I believe, It's in main chain params. There it is. And we already deleted it, so we want to do it ourselves this way. So get some notes up. Right. Okay. So we want to do it after our assertions. We'll do it here. So I believe we can just do this. And let me just get my two. Okay. Do this. Perfect. Alright, so that's our two servers. So what we're going to do, double check, going to be right. Now I could put them elsewhere as well, but I think, I'm pretty sure this should be okay. If not, then we'll find out. But let's just go ahead and make it. And what we're going to do is we're going to log into our servers. Do the first one. We should probably commit this and post it online, actually. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, so we are in here now. Let me get our documentations. Alright, so just going through the install instructions. You can find this under docs / and this one I'm going under is doc/buildunix.md. And I'm just going through the operations here, which isn't too big a deal. We've done this a few times. Now you could do binaries for this, but the problem with binaries is they don't link, they link dynamically, not statically, which is right, but it means you can't distribute as easily. So we'll be distributing the Qt wallets on this one instead of the actual hard wallets. Alright, so we go through our standard autogen. Wrong screen. So go through AutoGen. And configure, as per usual. Now this will be a little bit quicker because we don't have Qt installed and we don't need Qt for this. So whilst we're doing this on this one, I will start to do it on the other as well. Building. It lets us in. This is one of the problems with Aruba. It does take some time. I set this up about 10 minutes ago, but yeah, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to do it. Okay, so we've only got one core on these, so we can only be that fast. We can't be faster than that. Like it's taking a little bit of time to get set up, so we'll have to wait, which is fine. We only need one really up and running anyway, but two just makes the network a little bit more secure. And we'd rather have it secure at the beginning than insecure. Let's see if we can log in again. Hopefully they've sorted themselves out. No. So if this doesn't work, I can just hijack some other servers I've got. I'd rather not, but we can see. Okay. So again, we're still building. Always takes time. Whilst we're here, let's get into our systems and live video. Let's bring up VirtualBox as well, because what also we can do is we can start to build the wallets. Now, yeah, we'll basically build Ubuntu, Windows, and Mac OS, and we'll build the Qt wallets. So we're going to try and do these in parallel because I don't want people to get bored, because the building does take a long time to do. But we'll add a release to our GitHub page and go from there. Here we go, so we're finally in on the second one. You can see I've called it Livecoin 02. So let's get started on that as well. Oh, I have no idea why. Here we go, build notes. So again, let's install this. Now what I'm surprised at is we haven't actually crashed. So Bitcoin can use quite a lot of memory. If it does happen, we can build it in a different way. But they recommend you have 1.5 gigs of memory. Now we don't actually have that on these machines. So it's going to be interesting to see if we do make it or not. So far though, it does look like we're all right. Guess we just gotta see. Okay, yeah, lib boost. Yeah, it will be interesting. Okay, so we can vagrant SSH now. And what we'll do is now that we're in Livecoin, we can get. And we're also going to clone this down as well. So we're going to go to dot. We're going to go clone. I'll do that in a second actually. Let me just finish this up. Yes. We're going to have to clone it in 2 places, so I'd rather just copy and paste it once. Okay, perfect. Alright, so we need to clone here. And we need to clone here as well. So what we're doing here is we're making another directory for Windows. I like to keep them in separate directories just because it makes things just a little bit more simple to manage. We're getting there. Alright, so we're going to go into Livecoin Windows even. And I'm going to show you how to build the Windows release. So building Windows you can build on Unix, which is really handy. Especially if it's something like me who doesn't really have that much of an access to a Windows machine. Okay. We've got all those already. Let's do this. Okay. So now we need to go into our depends. So this is definitely something we want to do as well. POSIX. We need to go into POSIX mode for this one. So this is on there's under Ubuntu Bionic 18.04, but it's also relevant for Ubuntu Ubuntu 16.04 as well. So let's go into our depends. It does say I need to strip out problematic Windows paths, but I'm not too sure about that one. So we'll just see how it works without that. If we do need to do it, we need to rebuild it, but it's kind of why I'm doing it at the same time. Okay, let's configure. So this is complete, which is great. Once this is complete, we can run this there. Once this is complete, we can run this there. And let's rename some of this, shall we? Well, Vagrant is fine. That can be source/Mac. This can be server 1. And this can be server 2. There we go. So we got some names for them so we know what we're dealing with. And server 2, we now just need to make. It looks like it should be fine. This, on the other hand, looks like it's taking some time. So if you ever want to build any of these stuff, it's all in the documentation folder in the repository. Probably the best place to have a look at it. So, as you can see, again, it's just very, very tedious. So everything seems to be working. Okay, so I wouldn't worry too much about this error here. It tends to happen in my experience. And it's just happening a little bit. It's been a long week. So I just want to make sure we got the host file there. We do. Okay. So build this, or auto-generate this at least. So I think after this tutorial, or after this session, we're gonna have a look at some different currencies. We'll probably do a proof of stake one. I have a favorite proof of stake currency that I like to fork for clients that need a proof of stake currency. So we'll have a look at that one. Okay. So looks like we are ready to build. Let me just get the final command. So this will be building for Windows. So we're kind of doing things in parallel here. And that's because we've got so many things to do that we're kind of waiting for everything to happen. So as you can see, our first server is still building. So it might be useful to have this sort of already done as a pre-built binary. I may consider doing it because it just might make things a little bit easier. It does take a little bit of time to rebuild everything. Building from source, however, is the safest way because you can guarantee that you got that source, you know where you got it at, and believe it or not, the Git file or Git repository system is actually a blockchain kind of in itself. It uses a lot of blockchain things, but you can verify that you've got the right code by the hash. Yeah, it's a very, very slow period of time. It takes a while. A lot of building to do. Fortunately, we are done on the Mac wallet. So what we're going to do is let me do it on the top window here. We're going to do something called make deploy. Okay, so no Bitcoin icons. So now what we should be doing here is changing our icons. But for the meantime, we can just keep them as the Bitcoin ones. That should be left down as a task to whoever wants to create their icons and stuff to actually rename this. So I'm just going to do a CP icon. The icons. And we'll just do bitcoin.icns again. The reason why this isn't working is just because we haven't changed it in our code everywhere, because there were some places we missed out. Right, let's do make deploy again, see if that will work. No rule to make Qt a Bitcoin Qt. So let's have a look at our make file. What we can do is just do Bitcoin or do Livecoin. Alright, so what have we got? The issue here, no input file selected. So we got that Bitcoin Qt app and we got that Livecoin Qt app. What I really want is the deploy though to be made. Okay, so let's have a look at the make file, shall we? Right, so we did search for install sh. Let's have a little look. So it looks like we can't find a certain okay. What are we looking for here? We're looking for Litecoin QT. Let's have a look, see what's going on. It looks like the Litecoin QT should probably be lowercase. Maybe it's because we've got Bitcoin QT bin here. Let's have a look at the makefile.am then. And whilst we're doing that, just check on our servers, still taking a while to build, and so is our Windows wallet, so that's fine. Okay, so we're just going to change this to be Litecoin ICMS. Here we can just change this to be, again, Litecoin. And we'll make sure that we change this as well here. Change this as well. You see there's a bunch of places where the naming is off on it. The app. Oh, let's move next to this one. So I think rather than so where was that? Let's just double check that one. So again, just got some remnants from Bitcoin that we're trying to fix. Again, these things do happen. Let's try that. So just auto-gen again, and we'll do a configure. And checking our servers, still building. So we can see that our Litecoin CLI indeed did get built, so we're just going to wait for this to build the tests, and then we'll run it. And then we'll make sure they're pointing to each other, and then we can sync the chain off of what we've got locally. Alright, let's try and make it again. So, okay. We're gonna make it with 4 jobs. We've got the same issue we had yesterday here. Interestingly, this seems to have built, but it hasn't seemed to have built for Windows, which is quite confusing. So let's have a search for this. So interestingly, we have got this error here, which I was not expecting. So what this might mean is, if we are still getting this error, we're just going to change it back to SHA, the standard algorithm, just because... okay, so this is probably one of the issues. Try that. Might work, might not work here. Very interesting why this isn't working. I think this is probably what's going to make it work. So I'll make sure I fix that up. Let's make it with some jump as well. I think it's going to be an auto-gen, actually. Let's have a look. Oh, not an auto-gen, sorry. Configure.ac. Here we go. So let's finish this up. So again, we're still making some changes based on namings and stuff. In reality, we should have just renamed everything and not worried too much about the copyright until the very end. But I kind of wanted to do it in a respectful way. So that's probably part of the issue. Oh, excuse me. So we've still got the issue here. which is kind of annoying because that means all that time we were building, it's not working. So what we need to do is we need to just make sure that this works here before we fix that up. It looks like it has worked though, potentially, but I'm not too sure. Kind of disappointing actually. I was hoping this would work a bit smoother. But never mind, that is such the nature of things. And when it goes wrong, we've got to fix it. And my assumption is this extern C is causing the issues. So let's just do that, because we're going to have the same problem here. It's either going to work or not. We'll find out. One of those strange things, it works on macOS absolutely fine, but it doesn't work on Linux. That's just part of creating multi-platform systems though. So the problem is we've also got all these changes that we wanted to add in there. Let's just do that on this though, because this will be our main branch, and we can just reset everything else to be similar to this. Luckily this is just configuring so we can make this. Oh, no, we are making. So in hindsight, I'd probably remove the test builds, because they do take up an awful lot of time. But the thing is, if you are forking your own coin and you want it to be proof of work coin, having those tests is very valuable. So, in hindsight, I probably would have changed some of this just for time, but I really wanted to give you guys a full experience. You can see my CPU is running very, very high at the moment. Okay, let's have a look how we're doing. So this looks a lot better. I wouldn't expect to have gotten this far this time. Looks like we did build the consensus library. However, I could be wrong, as usual. These things sometimes do happen. Okay, get the status. We're going to wait for this to go through fine. We'll add the Bitcoin icons and things just for simplicity. So the first thing, if I was actually making this a real project, once I got this live and running, Or before I got it even live and running, I would probably take the time to just tidy things up, make sure there's no references to things that you didn't want. That'd be quite important to do at this stage. Especially as we're very close to being completed. I mean, at the moment we're just building the Qt stuff. We're going to run into some issues because we've got naming issues, as you can see. Mac OS, it was an issue at the moment, but it looks like we're kind of doing okay. Sorry, I'm playing with a USB stick. It's an interesting stream, this one has been. It's been very much a build and run with a little bit of problem solving in between. Not that I'm complaining, I have enjoyed it. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it and haven't been too bored with all the building messages. I guess, you know, if LiveEDU gives us a way to annotate, I can sort of tell you when to jump forward in the future, but until that day, I'm afraid you're stuck here with me. At least these two servers are building at relatively the same pace. Now, I might be cheeky and just have a little look. I'm just going to log into the Vagrant box and just see how we got going on. See, now I know what I've done here. No, maybe, no, I haven't. I should have been building this fine. Did I do configure correctly? I did. It'll be fine, but we'll see. So normally I get some .exes out of this one. We might run out of time here. Interestingly, we've got our executables there, but not in the .exe form I normally get them in. So if we run out of time, which is looking reasonably likely, hopefully we can get the servers up and running and sort of get the network running. But I will update the GitHub page with the further details. And maybe do a brief follow-up video following that. But yeah, everything's available in the documentation. This will be a little bit easier when you do have pre-built binaries to do this sort of stuff, but I kind of wanted to give you a feel about what it would be like when you're building it on by your own. Let's have a little look, shall we? Let's SSH into here and see how this is doing. So this says it's got the sources up and running. Now the question is, do I trust it? I'm not expecting to see the source files there. Very strange. Maybe I trust it, maybe I don't. We can give it a go. I mean, it looks okay. Let's have a look. So it's running the daemon. Let's just try it on this one as well then. I'm just going to run this on daemon mode. Oh, we're connected. So I think we're doing well, so we don't need to wait for these to finish. I'm just going to run this in daemon mode as well, and we'll close that down. So we are connected, which is nice. So we're one step closer to where we want to be. I don't know what happened here, I missed that. Okay, looks like it did everything. Deployment's not going to work. Probably because I've got a few more things I need to do here. Well, okay, so we got the Lycon Qt app. Make deployment. Okay, so RSVG convert doesn't exist, but that's fine. RSVG convert. So, okay, we just need something for files. Let's just install that. Maybe it's package config I need to install. Let me have a little look at the documentations. librSVG. Let's see. Still got the issue of Bitcoin naming. So, I mean, we could just at this stage, let's commit everything first. Okay. Let's do find and we'll rename. Boy, that's awful, isn't it? Okay. So, I mean, we're connected, which is nice. Now, whilst we're waiting for all this to sort of go about its own way, we can just do this as well. We should have connections here. Yep, we've got 2 connections, so we've connected to both of these servers, which is awesome. Now, okay, yep, so we got the 20 blocks, so that's nice, so everything's looking good. We can now probably mine on this one, but okay, let's have a look. Definitely did a large amount of changes here. Let's give it a go. Oh, let's J4 this as well. Okay, so we got an issue here, which is same issue, which is very interesting. I'm not sure what to do about this one. We're going to leave that, I think. Yeah, I think we need to leave this one for the moment, because for some reason it doesn't like what we've done with script. For some strange reason, I'm not 100% sure why, but that is the way sometimes. Especially when it seems to be working on these servers fine. One of the weird things about it. Okay. So we've definitely got the Mac wallet up and running. There you go, it's called Bitcoin Core, but that's fine. I think we'll do some last renaming. Just because may as well. We don't want to be distributing it as called Bitcoin Core. Okay. Which is probably what we should have done in the first place. Okay, so I think we can do it in our configure, maybe. So let's change this to that. And once we're here, we can just mine a little bit as well. Make sure that goes across all of the platforms. So we got our network running, which is great. It's annoying that we haven't got our Windows wallet working. Cool. But we will get it working, that's the main thing. Just one of the annoying issues is let's keep running this. Yeah, so it's just one of these annoying issues. For some reason, it's not building it correctly. What I want to try and do, because these should be EXEs as well, so I need to have a little look into this. Find out what's actually happening. So even here we have connections. So it is very confusing. Like we should be running the Windows thing. So maybe the Windows documentation is a little bit off. It's something we need to consider. If it is the case, then I shall update the repository respectfully and add the new wallets in there. Right, let's make the deploy again. Let's see if we've still got the word Bitcoin Core. Because failing this, we'll just do a scorched earth again. Still says Bitcoin Core. Let's scorched earth it. Fortunately, we can't just have it running called Bitcoin Core. So I'm opening the dismantleable image now. It probably will still say Bitcoin Core in there. And we'll just rename it. Yep. Okay. Right, let's rename it all. So we're going to go for Scorched Earth. These are still building. Can you believe that? It's tough. It's tough. Takes a long time. And on a laptop, oof, I'd say you want a day to do all this stuff. I'm just going to be right back. I need to pop to the loo quickly. And we're back. Sorry about that. Well, I'm curious as to why this isn't building .exes. I assume that they maybe took it out of the builds. Is very, very surprising. Or I've messed up somewhere on the build process. Now we need to do make deploy. Let's do make J4 again. Let's just see. Because it's probably going to have to rebuild everything. Yeah, they will have to re-go through stuff. So we should have done this at the beginning. But, you know, I didn't want to, which is silly. But if you've made it to the end of this video, you'll also know that that's what we should have done. Okay, let's have a look. So we've mined another 3 blocks, which is great. Yep, you can see them there. Yeah, curious as to why it's not producing .exes. I probably messed something up somewhere. So did we get an error? Not sure what went wrong here. Well, I guess we gotta clean it and figure out what's going on. Oh, let's not make chief. Oh no, let's do it. Yeah, I'm tossing and turning. One, because I wasn't expecting this stage to get that long. I think the issue we had was we had the issue with the C++ file, C file yesterday when changing the algorithm. And again, for some reason today the algorithm's just not working as intended. Yep, so this looks fine. Let's do a make deploy. See if this works now. And it still says Bitcoin Core. Now that is a mystery. So let's rename it from Bitcoin to Livecoin. And again, so this for some reason is complaining about NeoScript, but it just looks like it's the tests ones that are oh yeah, so it's just the tests that are complaining, which at this stage I'm not too upset about. It's probably something else. So yeah, so it's actually a false warning. I'm worried about that when there was no need to be. Let's have a little look. I think it may be a test actually. It's basically one of the test files that is complaining. It's definitely worth figuring out. For the meantime, I'm just going to comment them out. Which isn't entirely something I want to do, but so interestingly, I can't make deploy. So let's try this. So interestingly, it still thinks that the build system type is Linux, GNU, or host system type. Yeah, so target OS is still coming across as Linux, which for me is very, very surprising. So what do we do in this situation? Well, I could use the correct config, so maybe this is an issue. Let's see what it says at the end. If this doesn't work, I'll look at some notes, see what we've got. Target OS still says Linux. Okay. I'm not too sure why. Okay, that's probably the issue. But let's see what happens if we do this. Now, the issue is because it hasn't seemed to have built the dependencies correctly. Okay. try and make deploy again. So the current status is at least we've got our servers working. Our servers are running live, which is nice. We have got Linux building and installed. Oh, let's eject some of these, shall we? Let's see if it still says Bitcoin Core. Part of me believes it will. Amazing. Okay. I am at a bit of a loss for words. We've still got Bitcoin Core. It's a feat of engineering. But it could be the case that we just need to clean everything. And because we've built so much stuff so often, there we are. I'm dubious to keep doing it. Okay, so that's good news. We've got Livecoin Core. We don't have an image for it, which is a bit of a shame. Again, this would be something, if we were going to seriously develop this, we would add images and stuff to it to make it look nice. However, okay, so we've got checksum did not match. Now, this is very interesting. So I'm going to have a look at the Bitcoin documentation for this. Yeah, so very interesting. I'm not entirely sure why this is failing. What I am going to do though is have a look at the Bitcoin pens and see what we've got that's different here. It looks like for some reason I've got the wrong hash. Very confusing. But I think that is the issue. So let's try that again. Oh, let's try it one more time. So it's a good job we spotted it. It is a little annoying that it's happened like that. It looks like, yeah, I've got the wrong hash. So. Yeah, this looks a lot better. So, okay, so it's the wrong hash. Okay, we can fix that. We'll just fix that on our source. And this is probably, I don't know actually, because we built from a tag. So this is a strange bug to have gotten through, but it happens, right? Oh, let's do a find, and we're gonna just rename to the. We'll just do this. So we'll get back to that. Okay, so this is now working again. So we might not have enough time to build it, but I will upload probably tomorrow on the repository, and I'll make sure I add the repository to the link as well, so if I play around with this as much as I want. Do that now on Okay, so we've added it to our repository. This is going to build everything there. So we got our servers working, we got our seed based. You can see that this is actually. Let's get the blockchain info. Must have done on server 2. But you can see we've got 2 of our nodes up and running. We are mining blocks, although slightly slower than what I wanted to be mining them on. Let's close these down then. So these are all working correctly, which is great. We've got our Mac OS image, which is also great. We are mining fine. It's taking a little bit of time. Oh, that must have been when I was building. Okay, git status. We're just going to push. And now this is going to try and build everything. Hopefully we make it. We might not. But at least it should now build for anybody else who's doing it. Hopefully we can get there shortly. But as I said, I'll probably upload some of the releases, or upload the wallets and the releases, so that everyone can sort of have a go and play around with it. And I do apologize for not managing to get the Windows build. But again, these things happen. You get some bugs. So how I fixed that, I went onto the Bitcoin repository and had a look through the commit history, and I saw that for some reason that commit was off. Oh, do you know what? The weirdest thing. I know why it was off. Or do I? No, I don't. I have no idea. My theory, my leading theory is that, oh, I know exactly why that was off. So when we changed our port, I don't know what the odds of this are, but the port number is the exact same number as the last digits of the hash. So when we replaced our port number, we actually replaced what was going on the hash. So that's my fault for not actually checking what we edited there. But yeah, that is what happened. So I'm just looking at it now, and that's exactly what happened, which is very, very coincidental. It's not often you would find that exact port number would appear. 8332 or 83332. I'm still not 100% sure if I believe it or not, but that seems to be the most logical explanation. So yeah, this hopefully will finish up soon. And we're slowly mining some blocks, so that's nice. So we've got about 2 minutes left. I'll try and leave. I'll probably go over a little bit of overtime just so we can get this running. Because I really want to finish this properly for you guys. But you may have to not mind if I drink beer whilst also streaming, because it's definitely beer o'clock for me. A long build process. So yeah, so the issues with the NeoScript stuff were actually on our testing libraries. I'm kind of annoyed I didn't spot that earlier, but so is the way. Problem is, I've just seen some errors and panicked rather than actually in the time to look at it. But that is probably because it's on stream. Whereas normally I would take time, but with on stream I'm kind of conscious about the time, so I kind of want to get through things quickly. But we're pretty much there. You know, we're yeah, we're definitely there. What I am going to do is I'm just going to stop the mining for a second. And let's open this. And let's install it, shall we? There it is. So we've got some issues. Let's have a little look and see why. This block failed. C testnet params. If you can believe it, so our C testnet parameters has failed. Which is fine. I knew it would happen. Okay, so we're just going to use the same approach we did before. It's classic. Okay. One, 2, 5. So again, we're just doing what we did beforehand to get the Genesis block. Printf, shall we? Alright, let's have a look. Get that working. Because we're going through about 100, whatever. That may have been just a tiny bit optimistic. Okay, let's give it a go. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so we got our new Genesis hash. Let's oops. Let's just fix that up. Yeah, so the issue is, okay. Alright, we're good. So, let's try again. And how are we doing here? Still compiling, so it's going to be taking a while, I think. We're going to stick around. Because believe it or not, as we know, there's still issues. Try that again. I'll just be right back whilst these are running. Okay, Let's try that now. And again, this is probably going to take quite a long time. Okay. And there we are. You can see we've also got our balance here, so we've got our actual coins. You can see we got it from mining. Perfect. Are we connected to the network though? That is probably a good question. Looks like we are. Got the green tick. It's a cute wallet. It's not the best wallet in the world. That's one of the problems with Qt. Qt, I mean, I like Qt. I think it serves a very useful purpose. But there we go, we've got connection to the Litecoin network. Perfect. There we go. That's pretty awesome. We are working. Alright, we can close that down, close that, and close that. Now, hopefully, I get to show you the final wallet, which will be Windows. If any of you have got a Mac out there, some mining whilst we're waiting. Yeah, so it is taking a bit of time, but now that we've got this working, it's pretty much the same gist as what we did before. You can do make deploy and it will give you a setup. Now, I would love to show you, but I'm not sure if we're going to have the time to do so, just because it is getting on a bit now. And such is the way. But it's very much the same as creating a deployment for macOS. I mean, we're definitely getting there. But one thing you definitely do need to do is, if you do want to create an installer, you need to make sure you have NSYS installed on your system. So we'll just install that with that now, just so that you can be aware of it. There we go. There we go. That's all we need for that. Hopefully we're almost there. Okay, so it looks like something's happening. Hopefully. A lot of stuff to build, huh? Because it's the end of the series as well, it's probably time to have a beer. Provided we ever get this made. At this point, I'm not even sure what's happening. Something else is getting configured though. Definitely one of the biggest build scripts I've ever seen, the Windows one. I think we've been going for about 15 minutes now. Something like that. It's a very long build script. Let's check what we've got. Right, so we've got the two chain parameters. And here we are, finally. So the good thing is we don't have to do that again. Alright, now what do we do? We need to configure. Very excited. Let's try this again. Okay. And then we'll try and make. And it probably will fail. And reality is we've probably got about 10 minutes left before I need to call the stream off, because it would have been 2 hours. But as I said, I'll make sure I get these uploaded probably tomorrow. Oh, let's do 2 jobs. Let's double that up. Okay, so this looks interesting. As long as we get the EXEs building, that's going to be good enough for me. Alright, so we're almost there. So before we end, I may as well explain how to do debug as well. So let's say you want to do some debugging when you're doing this. I like to use LLDB. If you don't understand any of this stuff, then it's probably going to be not what you want to hear. But let's say you do want to do it, you just do .-configure enable debug. So that's all you need to do that. You just configure with the enable debug flag, and you've got debugging enabled, which will allow you to build and step in and everything like that. If you're used to debugging, usually I like to use LLDB, but you might be more familiar with GDB. CLang is one of my favorite compilers, though. It's pretty awesome. Alright, let's see how we're doing. Doesn't look like we're finished yet. See, the problem is because these test cases, they take quite a long time to build, but they are very useful if you want to build your own coin. You should make sure these test cases still exist and expand upon them if you're adding your own code, because it's very important. So, other than the Windows wallet taking slightly longer than I was anticipating, this is looking pretty good. Whilst this is going, let's just check our build. So yeah, we're still mining some blocks. We've got an immature balance still, which is a bit annoying, but this algorithm isn't really meant to be mined on CPUs. It's much more of a GPU mining algorithm. But we're mining on a CPU because there's no need to mine on a GPU at the moment. It's only going to increase our difficulty. And this coin isn't really worth anything, so... How are we doing here? Oof, still building. Okay, let's have a look. How are we doing? So hopefully we're going to get there shortly. Luckily I don't have too much to do this evening, but 2 hours seems pretty long for, well, I guess it is the end of the course. I really want to make sure this is working for everybody. Alright, so looks like we've got some errors. I'm not entirely sure why. Let me just have a look at the Bitcoin source. All right, so let's try 0. Oh no, we don't want to do that. It's going to rebuild everything. So yeah, unfortunately, we haven't managed to get the Windows wallet working, which is a bit of a shame. We're getting some undefined references. So yes, unfortunately, I've not been able to get the Windows wallet working, and that's just one of the problems. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time to figure it out, but that is the nature of the beast. So what I'll do is I'll have a look at this off stream, because we've now gone past the timing. But we managed to get Windows, macOS working, and we managed to get Linux working, which was the intention for this stream. Yeah, unfortunately, Windows was a bonus that we didn't manage to get. But you know, these things do happen. Now, I'm not sure why, but I mean, if I have a quick look, well, I don't want to spend too much time here. So it says the issue is outer.write. And outer is something. So SHA-256. Now, if we have a look at the crypto, it is interesting, because I would have thought SHA-256 must be. So let's just try and include I mean, the odds that this is going to work are very, very low. There's probably something deeper rooted in there. Okay, well that did seem to work. I'm not too sure why. Let's see. Okay, we've got now another error. Yeah, so I'm not too sure what the errors are here. I'll probably have to play around with them another time, but we didn't manage to get Windows done, which is a shame. But otherwise, we got everything else set out what we need to do, so I will make sure I upload everything I have got. But anyway, thank you for watching the course. Hopefully we get Windows fixed and I can upload a, at least do a little update on the GitHub repo so we can see what was the issue. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that and I hope you learned something about it. And it's a good place to start with, you know, creating your own coin in the future. So thanks for watching, everybody. And I hope to see you on the next series. Plus, proof of work. I'm just doing a little addendum session just to sort of clarify how to build in Windows. I know we tried to do it last time and we failed. So for anybody who was watching the series, you might want to know how to do it. So the issue was we were doing it, well, I was doing it in Ubuntu 16.04, which is no longer supported by the Bitcoin codebase. So what you want to do is you want to move to Ubuntu 18.04. And I have it working here basically. So if we go into Livecoin, and we can have a look at the source files, you can see we've got Livecoin CLI.exe, Livecoin.d.exe, Livecoin.tx.exe. So just to show you how this works, I believe in this state I just used. Let's just have a look at my configure history. Annoyingly, it hasn't saved it. Okay, let's have a look. So we'll just rebuild it from scratch. Let's do a make clean, just so I can show you guys that it does work. Okay, so you'll just do standard autogen. .-configure. Okay, so for this one, we definitely want to use the dependencies. So you'll go into your dependencies, and you'll do a make. Let's just get up the command. Go into the docs. Build Windows. So you want to do a, it's very meta. Get rid of this. Wrong one. So yeah, you'll do make host of, we won't do Win32, let's do, oh yeah, that was correct. So this will go through, you know, like we've seen before, to do your make. Everything's already been made, so I don't need to redo it again. But then you go autogen.sh. And this scary looking command, remember, it is in the docs though, so make sure you make use of the documentation. Max takes me back to doing my dissertation. Basically staying up all night and writing. Okay, and then la piste de resistance. Just do make J4. So you just go through and make everything. And as an extra treat, we should get the Livecoin qt.exe. Perfect. Now, I don't know if I've got it set up to do a make deploy. That might be... Oh, there it is. No, could not do it, which is fine. You don't need that for the moment. That's just to create an installer package, but in reality, you can just distribute Qt. And there we have it. That is everything working. So yeah, I thought I'd just give that little video, little update. Thank you for watching the course. It was annoying we couldn't get it done last time. You may have seen as well, I redid another session yesterday because that didn't get uploaded properly. So you know, it's a bit of a learning curve for some of the problems with live streaming and stuff. So we'll learn from that and move forward. But thank you so much for watching, everybody. I really hope this helped you understand a little bit about how cryptocurrencies work on a technical level and how to create your own. So I look forward to seeing you on my next courses, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your week.